Rabbit stew on Easter. That's funny. Uh, dun, dun, dun. So, what are all you peoples doing out there in the world, making America better?
I'm enjoying my first week of freedom.
What happened to your freedom?
It was taken away for 128 days.
128 days? You sure you
128
didn't?
days.
You sure you didn't volunteer?
Um, when they grabbed my hand and forced me my fingerprints onto the paper, and I kept saying, "I do not consent. I do not consent." It wasn't a voluntary situation.
Ah, I would accept the order. I accept your order. It'll be $5,000 per print.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over last week and we went over the license grant deed where we claim all our biometrics on behalf of all the biometrics are assigned or licensed by grant to the estate. The beneficiaries need to be made whole for anything my body produces. Everything my body produces is a farm product because man is defined as an animal under Title 7, Section 136. And so everything my body produces is a farm product. That's why we file an I-9 when we get a job. You do the I-9 form. The I-9 form is an agricultural form. The 1040 is a farm. It's a farm tax. If you look at the 1040 farm and certain other property in the title of Section 1040, and the Agricultural Adjustment Act define livestock as hairy animals that reproduce and have families. And, drugs are only for animals. The definition of drug is for animals. Crazy. That's why they did the Agricultural Adjustment Act first before the Banking Act, because they had to nationalize all the farmland and all the livestock and put it in trust in Puerto Rico. So when the creditors of the bankruptcy came in, they couldn't seize the land and they couldn't seize the people as farm products from the land. Agricultural adjustment. How much time are you in? 120 days? That's a lot of W4.
128 days, yes.
At $4,900 a minute. That's a good chunk.
Well, help me collect that, and you're in for 10%.
So the W4. So they hired you, right? They put you in the cube.
Actually, I worked in the kitchen 9 hours a day, 6 days a week, in order to get 5 days off the sentence a month.
No, I got it. But I get that. But they put you in a cube, just like when you go to a jobby job in a cube.
Yeah.
And so they gave you a cube. Everything was tied to your social. But they didn't pay you. And they probably arrested the all caps name. Was it actual victim crime or like a damaged party, damaged human?
I allegedly forged my father's 2020 mail-in ballot that had my name on it and the word deceased on it when it was mailed in after he died.
It had your name on it.
Well, we got the same name.
I know, it had your name on it.
Right. And I was convicted for that.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's not over yet, but that's no victim.
Okay. So in that case, they arrested the all caps name. They put you in as a accommodating party, but you were not accommodating. I didn't agree to accommodate that.
Certainly not.
So you get $4,921.21 a minute or whatever it is today.
Well,
Based on Trezevant versus City of Tampa. The guy was thrown in for 14 minutes or something like that and got $25,000. Turns out to be $1,400 a minute back in 1984.
that Tampa case,
Yeah, Trezevant City of Tampa.
yeah,
That's
it's
the real
I
case
think
right
that I think that came to 1.8 million a day, which in my case would be $230,400,000. Not that I'm counting.
At what rate?
1.8 million a day.
No, what was the minute?
It was 20. He got 25,000 for 23 minutes.
So that's 1,400 a minute.
Right.
1,400 a minute in 1984 is not 1,400 now. So you have to do a consumer price index adjustment.
Oh, okay. I didn't calculate that in.
Yeah.
Oh, you can help me do that math.
You do go to find a consumer price index calculator, type in 1,400 back in 84 and to down, see what the going rate is.
All right.
You just need all your paperwork to show the time that was in there.
Got that.
Was it a baby jail or was it mean jail?
That was a county jail with 500 people in it.
That can still be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean this wasn't bad. I was in a pod with 20 people.
Ugh, that's gross. I didn't like that in the military, much less.
Yeah.
Whoever's coming in out of county jail, they're probably not the best and the brightest.
Yeah, they certainly weren't. But I did get to watch the entire season of Sisters on BET, so that's always fun.
Educational.
Education, if you know what I mean.
It's an education, all right. Marketable education.
Nah.
What? What are you guys yelling at me about? Cats. You cats. Feed us, you feed us. Yeah, so they took your time. They didn't pay you for it.
That's correct.
So that's a withholding. It's like going to work and they don't pay you. It's withholding.
I was a slave.
No, you weren't. Well, if you want to declare it, I guess okay. Then you consented to it. The slavery has to be consensual.
Okay.
You were warehoused for the crime of another, inter alios acta. The all caps name was charged, and they held you inter alios acta for the harm caused by another. The Roman maxim. So let me see. You're gonna put me in jail because somebody else did something wrong? Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the case, the expert said I probably signed my father's name on the envelope. Couldn't even determine that I actually did it. I probably did it.
We feel like he did it. It feels like he did it, Your Honor. It really does feel like he did.
Yeah.
Feels retarded.
And here in Florida, we only have six jurors here in Florida, not 12.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're arrested, you need to go see the magistrate to see the affidavit of complaint signed by the damaged party, giving rise to warrant. That's exercising your common law right to due process.
Yeah.
When a person's arrested and not otherwise released, they have to go before the nearest accessible magistrate in the county where the offense occurred and the complaint laid before the magistrate. That's common law due process. It's everywhere. Yeah, but oh my goodness, boy. Boy, boy, boy. Boy, boy, boy. It's in Penal Code, California Penal Code 8499. Buddy, what are you doing? I know I hear you. Oh my gosh. I like that cat, but I like him sleep better. So look up California Penal Code 849. know. Uh, he wakes up grumpy. Can you hear him? Can you hear the cat? Can you guys hear me?
I hear you. Yeah.
Do you hear the cat in the background?
I couldn't hear the cat. No.
Okay. Let me change the settings so you can see what I'm going through. If I get distracted. What's the guy talking about? Talking to his cat. There's no cat. Going to here. Okay. Now the background noise is disabled. You can hear the cacophony, serenade. Yeah, go find CAPC 849. You have to go to the statute because in Google it takes you to B, it doesn't take you to A. The search bypasses A, which due process. It's funny. At least it has been in the past. I don't know what Google does now. Because the affidavit of complaint has to be signed by the damaged party, naming the person who damaged them and how they were damaged. It has to be notarized. So you can have your Sixth Amendment right to face your accusers. You have to go to the clerk and ask to see the magistrate 3 times, get denied 3 times, and they've denied you due process. One question 3 times to one person with 2 witnesses. Can I see a magistrate? What do you want to see him for? Well, I'd be happy to tell you, but I need to call you as a witness. You want to be a witness for me? Oh, no. Okay. I'm here to see the magistrate. Can I see the magistrate? What do you need to see him about? Oh, no. This is, we did that one. Well, are you here to plead guilty or not guilty? Oh, it seems like you're acting as an arraignment judge. Are you bonded as an arraignment judge? No. Okay. I'm here to see the magistrate. Can I see the magistrate? Well, there's none here right now. Okay. Can I see one later? I don't know when they'll be back. So I can't see one now then? No. Okay. Walk away. That was denial due process. Sixth Amendment right to face your accuser. Penal Code 849, parentheses A. Common law due process. I had to do that. That's why I know about it. Back in 21. Back in 2002? 1? I don't remember. 2002. Maybe. I don't remember. It was 2001.
Yeah. I argued to the judge that there was no victim. Common law requires a victim. He shrugged his shoulders.
Yeah, you waived it. You'd already waived it.
And I was charged with forging a mail-in ballot. No ballot was ever shown to the jury. A ballot fell out of an open envelope after trial, and they never showed it to the jury.
Yeah. Anything said in court is hearsay unless you depose yourself. You get your own deposition done, and that's it. That's evidence. Affidavits are hearsay, or get a declaratory judgment ahead of time on the facts. We can't argue ourselves right. That's on the bingo card. Bingo card's funny. All you can do once you're in court is confession and avoidance. Oh, Your Honor, if you have to be guilty, just produce the ballot. I'll be happy to plead guilty. Just dispense with all this. Just produce the ballot, put it in the record. If it came in an envelope, put the envelope in there. Whoever opens the envelope needs to write an affidavit. So make sure there's no shenanigans going.
Never found out who opened the envelope.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. That's confession and avoidance is all you can do once you're in court. Yeah, if you have to plead guilty upon proof of claim, there's proof that I even signed that ballot. Where's the chain of custody from the Secretary of State to where in your hand now? Where's the chain of custody? Someone could have intercepted in the middle. Where's the chain of custody, Your Honor? I'll be happy to plead guilty. Just produce the chain of custody.
Yeah, never got it.
Okay, these aren't questions for you. These are tactics. So yeah,
Yep.
I know you didn't get it.
I know. I'm just telling you. I'm asking that same question.
Well, the problem is you have to do confession and avoidance. You have to shift liability. I'd be happy. I'd be happy to plead guilty. Just produce that's confession and avoidance. I'll be happy to plead guilty. Just produce the chain of custody. Make sure no one tampered with it in between. Yep. It's not a good thing. It's not fun. Don't make light of it. Freaking terrified. It's horrible. Say what? Taking away my life for victimless crimes in a free society is an absurdity. Look a book by that title. Victimless crimes in a free society is an absurdity. How many things are on here? Everyone's all being quiet. Church mice. Church Mises. Mises to pieces.
I got a question.
Cool.
I'm in the middle of an administrative process with a bank about a truck I'm using, and I want to do the W-4 process with the bank that quote unquote loaned the money. Problem is I don't have any presentment or statement coupons, but I heard you say, I think on the Jack in the Box video, that you could use the contract. Is that right?
I would. Yeah, I get, what do you have, the security agreement? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's the, says simple finance, let's see, retail installment sale contract.
Retail installment. It's called a layaway plan. They put you on a layaway plan.
Yeah, for a used 2015 Toyota Tacoma.
Yeah, they do the same thing with the mortgages too. It's all a layaway plan. Yeah, you can always do a couple things. You could do an allonge and change your intent, that this was actually your intent. Did they offer you anything else other than a retail installment plan?
No.
So did they give you full disclosure on what retail installment means?
No.
Full disclosure. False and misleading, deceptive practices. You could always write up the facts as you want them to be, and then you have to do the negative averment process. You ever done negative averments?
No, I haven't done that.
Do you know what they are?
No.
You could say, I never received a loan, right? You could say that. You didn't. Did you receive a loan?
No.
How do you know?
That's a good question.
Well, how would you know if you got a loan or not? How would anybody know if they got a loan?
Right.
How would you know? How would you know if I loaned you money?
If you handed it to me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I would have handed you money. Did they hand you money?
No, they did not.
I guess you never received a loan. But how do you prove it? Can you prove that they didn't hand it to you? If you sign an affidavit, can you prove it? And if you can't prove it, would you go to jail for a year? You sign an affidavit. I never received a loan under penalty of perjury. The laws of the United States. I say I never received a loan. Can you prove it?
No.
That's right. So the way we prove it is let the record show I never received a loan. The negative affirmative would be the client has not seen any facts or evidence that so-and-so ever received a loan and believe none exists. I've seen no facts or evidence so-and-so ever received a loan and believes none exist. Now, my fact says I never received a loan. Now the other side has to now produce facts and evidence to prove they did, to rebut the affidavit point for point with a counter affidavit showing that you did receive a loan. Make sense?
Yeah. Yes, it does. It's kind of it's like I heard you say,
It's a battle of forms.
battle of forms.
No, it's a global thing. This is international. Battle of forms is international. It's a thing.
So
It's a real thing.
So it sounds like it's similar to the declaratory judgment petition.
Well, the petition is one thing. Setting up the facts and putting them in default's another thing. That's a different thing. Okay, we do the negative affirmative process, and then hi, Mama. So you do your negative affirmation, send it to them, and because they're a corporation, they must have all the facts readily at hand. So at the end of the caveat, it says, you're having taken the action you've already undertaken. This is the bank. You must have all the facts and evidence readily at hand. Therefore, we deem 3 days a sufficient amount of time to rebut the affidavit point for point with a counter affidavit. 3 days. Then you give them grace. However, if you need more than 3 days to produce facts and evidence you must already have in your possession to make the claim you've made already, we'll consider any reasonable request. We didn't say we do it. We just said we would consider it. Yeah, no, that's not reason. No, we considered it and we said no. You have 3 days. Give them an additional 3 days. Another 3 days. Because in those 3 days, they could come around, send someone out to repossess a car, some kind of bullshit like that, you know? Do some kind of shenanigans. Put a sniper on the building. Do some kind of crap like that. I'm not being dramatic. Not that I'm being dramatic or anything like that. You never know. These bankers are fucking crazy.
Yeah, they try to repossess it already.
Remember in 2008? You what?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What did you say?
I just said that they tried to repo it once before, and the wife got between the truck and the tow truck and told the dude, "No, you're not going to repossess this truck." I was in the shower at the time.
Okay.
So would that be sent to the CFO or the CEO, or does it matter?
Agent of service of process for whoever's making the claim.
Okay, registered agent.
Yeah, the registered agent for service of processes. Then they have to have one. All corporations need an agent for service of process because a corporation cannot receive mail, so they need an agent in between. They need agents for everything.
Should I send that registered mail, or could it be certified?
Certified's fine.
Okay. And so with the W-4, did you say I could just use a copy of the
payoff quote? Get a payoff quote. Full amortized payoff quote.
Full amortized. Okay.
Or you're gonna pay this off? It says, first I have to see the payoff quote. First, I need a full amortization. As your accountant, Johnny, listen to me, Johnny. As your accountant, Johnny, Johnny, as your accountant, I highly recommend you contact whoever's making this claim, and I highly suggest that you request a full payoff quote showing full amortization and double ledger accounting. As your accountant, Johnny, I highly recommend this. So now you can contact, yeah, my accountant says, this is what my accountant needs. My accountant needs a full amortization payoff quote showing both sides of the ledger. He's much cheaper than I am, so I'm doing the work for him. Who's your accountant? Who's your accountant? Oh, I'm not authorized to give out his name. That would be identity theft. You trying to entice me to commit identity theft? Don't do that, please. That's just not good business. You're not allowed to use my name in commerce. Are you kidding me? You see? You see? You to
Yes.
put my name in commerce? Who the fuck gave you authority? I just gave you a suggestion of what I recommend you do. You can't put my name in public, motherfucker. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
no,
I
there's
could
people
use
out there.
that.
People out there. Oh, your so and so said this motherfucker. Why'd you throw my name in the fucking public venue? It's happened before. So what are you gonna say?
So when I get that, I could use that to send in with the W-4,
Tell me what that is again.
the full amortization
There you go. Now
statement.
I know what we're talking about. Now I know we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, when you get the payoff quote, full amortized payoff quote,
Just send that in with the W-4 sandwich.
add up both sides of the ledger. That would be a W-4 with a 1040B on the back. Sign the W-4. Don't do the lone wolf bullshit. Don't sign the W-4. Patrick Moreno, lone wolf. He's mad at me. He was mad at me before we even had a W-4 group. He was on the channel with another channel. He just got all angry for whatever reason. So maybe he helped some people. I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. I just know he took my stuff and started making his own thing, charging thousands of dollars, something like that, 500, whatever. We were giving it away for free. Why? Because I want to make sure everyone pays their fair share of taxes. I want to save the nation by making everyone pay their fair share of taxes. Because my duty is to order, keep records, and report to the IRS, because I'm an agent for the IRS. You're an agent for the IRS. How do you know? They send you letters. If you weren't an agent for the IRS, they would not send you letters. But they do. So you must be their agent. And agents have duties to report to their principal. Otherwise, they're de-santort. They're naughty agents. That's why we order, keep records, and report. Get all the statements, put on a W-4, just like it says to do on page 107 of the 1040 instructions, left column, third paragraph down. Our right to ask. You must file a return. You must file a return or a statement so we can file a return. That's what the IRS says. The IRS has to file the return. We have to submit statements or a return. Page 107. First paragraph, first column, third paragraph down. Our right to ask. And those sections in the right to ask are all Title 27 linked. You see all this stuff now. There's no, taxes are voluntary and blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure what they mean, which taxes are voluntary. I have to pay taxes to get out of Walmart. My $100 worth of underwear is $100 of taxes. I loaned credit to Walmart so Walmart could pay their taxes. Walmart has an excise tax problem. So I extend $100 to settle Walmart's excise tax because the price walking out the door is all excise tax. And I get paid by settling their excise tax, just like in a tax lien sale for real estate. By paying the tax, you get title to the goods. What proves title? The receipt. If you didn't have the receipt, let's say you paid cash, you went to go leave Walmart, and there's a Walmart doofus out there. I want to see where's your receipt. I'm not going to show you my receipt. Okay, you're causing trouble. If you don't have the receipt, you pay cash. You didn't take it out of the register. You know, when you go to the automatic teller working for Walmart, you go walk out without a receipt. They're going to make you go back and pay again. But I already paid. Where's the receipt? I don't have a receipt. Well, then you didn't pay. That's why you always get a receipt. Here's my $650,000 mortgage. I hand you this promissory note. I'm not going to get a receipt. And then I wonder why they can foreclose on me. Why? Because I can't prove I paid it. Why? Because I don't have a fucking receipt for that promissory. You get a receipt at 7-Eleven for a Slurpee. If people don't get a receipt for the $500,000, $1 million promissory. Fucking Riri. Absolutely Riri. Well, they won't give me one. Oh, you're looking for permission? No, you make your own freaking receipt. Make a copy ahead of time. Or if you're sitting there with a notary, demand the notary make a copy. Or bring your own printer and make your own copy of the endorsed note that should be as restrictively endorsed. Pay to bear without recourse for collection, and credit the same to account number 12345 for full acquittance and discharge and full accord and satisfaction given for patent right, signed, signature, or social security number. Therefore, it's not a blank endorsement giving away a gift. They have restrictive terms on there. We can't accept this. So you're refusing tender? You're refusing tender. Okay, thank you. I'll take it just fine. You should be able to get the mortgage packet 10 days ahead of time, at least 3. You can demand it. Well, I need to sit down with my attorney and see what all this yuckity yuck, yappity yap. I have no idea what it means. I need full disclosure, so I need to sit down with my attorney. Well, then I don't know if we can fund a loan. I think then the loan must already be funded if I'm writing a promissory note against the escrow account that was already open. What are we talking about? Credit application created an escrow account. The credit application, people don't get receipts for those either. You could just take the credit application, which is a letter of credit, a bill of exchange letter of credit, and that's why when they run off with a letter of credit, and you come in as a debtor and write a promissory note. Promissory notes are for debtors. Bills of exchange and letters of credit are for creditors. Right, Kitty? Promissory notes for debtors. Bills of exchange for creditors. People don't endorse their application the proper way, and they just give it away. So now they have to go back in debt to draft the escrow account. Makes sense?
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention the name on the borrower is all fucked up. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, husband and wife, joint tenancy. That whole string of letters is an unregistered, fictitious business name. That's why the lawyers come in after 3, 7, 10 years. They have to protect the real party in interest who's unknown. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, husband and wife, tenants in common or whatever. They haven't appeared, and the grantees on the grant deed that the title company stole was never accepted the grant from the original seller. So we have to protect the real parties and interests. So we, the attorneys, are going to come in and protect the real party and interests. We're going to foreclose, put it in a hedge fund until the real party and interest shows up. That's what they do. Pretty sneaky, these sneaky Pete, devilish lawyers. That dusky hue, that Lady Satan, Lady Satan, Tombstone. that dusky hue, that Lady Satan. I'll be damned. You may be Doc Holliday. I wanted to be Doc Holliday. Every time I watch that movie, I want to be Doc Holliday. Nonsense. I have not begun to defile myself. I will not be pawed at, thank you. So you're to do get the payoff vote, W4, that payoff vote. Yep. You can always do a quiet title action, set your facts up, put them in default, and go to a petition for a quiet title. Petition, declaratory judgment. All petitions are declaratory judgments. What are you guys doing? All petitions are declaratory judgments.
Oh.
Otherwise, it'd be a notice or a pleading or something like that. Tax court petition, declaratory judgment. Petition for an injunction, declaratory judgment. Petitions are declaratory. Different standard of proof, more administrative, preponderance of the evidence, best evidence rule. They have a chance to rebut. You get to put your facts down how you want them to be first.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get a negative averment. Now the Yutzes get to come in and rebut the affidavit, point for point counter affidavit, which corporations can't do. Why? Because corporations can't sign an affidavit, and lawyers cannot practice law for a corporation, nor can a corporation hire a lawyer to practice law for it. The lawyer has no first-hand knowledge, because if he has first-hand knowledge, he'd be a witness. So lawyers cannot. We have one now. We have a case right now at this house here. We have an attorney wrote the complaint. An attorney signed the complaint. Not one fact. It's all just a bunch of yutsy. $1,200. No accounting. Just they owe $1,200. It's weird here in Arizona. You don't have to. Yeah, the complaint doesn't have to be sworn to. They don't have to swear the complaint true, correct, complete, not misleading. They don't have to do it. They just throw shit against the wall. I guess the courts want people to come into court and dance the dance. I guess the judges are lonely. Imagine filing a complaint without an affidavit. Just hearsay. Whole thing's hearsay. So I can make false statements? If you get caught, I suppose if you get caught, it'd be fraud on the court. I'm sure they have some backhanded way to slap people when they do that kind of shit. But I did a petition for harassment today. I wrote that up and you get that in tomorrow. Petition for an injunction for harassment. That'll be fun. They took away my trash cans last June to force me, the tenant, to pay the homeowner's alleged obligation, but the homeowner's a dead woman, and her estate's in probate, and so they opened up a case in Superior Court, not probate court. Improper venue. There's no plaintiff. There's no real plaintiff named. They're fictions. There's like heirs 1 through 10. The defendants are ABC Corporation, XYZ, and fictitious plaintiffs, fictitious defendants, all fictitious. It's ridiculous. No plaintiff has made a general appearance with sworn testimony bonding the case. Denial of due process. Face your accuser. That's one. Trinze Pagliaro. Statements made by attorneys in summary or brief or something like that are, well, elucidating or something like that have no standing. Trinze Pagliaro. Okay. Yeah.
So did you get a trash can back yet?
No, I'm doing the petition. No, I didn't. Um, I did a petition today. I'm gonna take it in tomorrow, and who knows? They might try to bring them next week to short circuit it. Oh, here's the trash cans. Yeah, let's talk about the harassment for the past 9 months, making me drive to the Safeway a mile down the road and back every night to take out the trash. Why do you have to go every night? It's kind of like Eon this way. Why do you have to go every night? Because I have cats. And you can't leave cat shit accumulating in the house because it's not healthy. So I have to go every night, 2 miles each way, half hour of my time, every day since June 14th. That's a lot of money. And so I'm letting the court come up with the damages. And I quoted Blackstone. Let me go. Okay, since you guys aren't ready yet, cats aren't ready yet. Go back out front. Oh, Copperfield might be ready. No, I'll leave them in there for a little bit. Yeah, 6 cats, all abandoned. They came here with none. And I had a rule: no pets, no plants, no pictures. So I could just pick up and leave. No pets, no plants, no pictures. So I'm gonna pull up this quote I put in my petition at the end, 8708. You guys have other questions, you can let me know, but I'll read this real quick. Come on, get out of there. Come on, man.
Smoking Baby, I had a question about on the receipt. I read on the W-4, you were saying on the back, pay to the United States Treasury, the signature, social security number, and then there was the color red. What's in red?
It just stands out. Stands out better.
Oh, you just put the number, the social security number.
You would just stack up the social security number.
Okay.
Pay to United States Treasuries, and you would stack all the WalMarts together. You would stack all the Safeways together and stack. They were Pat. Who was it? Zolman or somebody was talking about doing 1522s. We don't do 1522s anymore. That didn't work. That's one thing that changed since 2021. Tried and untrue. Oh my goodness, where is it, Katie?
And then you said accept their offer by writing something like accepted by the all caps name, social security number, on behalf of United States Treasury, signature done in good faith. Is that also written on the back?
Well, the receipts are already proof of payment. Receipts are cash. Coupons themselves are slips. They're what are they called? Slips. And where's my scissors? So that's why we negotiate. Because the receipts are my property. Where the coupon you get, although it has my name on it, it's from somebody else. So we have to do an assignment.
Right. Okay. So this is all on the back of the coupon.
But just square it on the face. You just write on the face. Turn it to a check and negotiable and pay to.
Okay.
United States Treasury. Or you can there's other types of endorsements we can do. Pay, for collection and credit, account number, social security number. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want some of this?
And you said, like on a previous call, I remember you saying this couple did a W-4 on their bank statements and got $2 million.
Yeah.
Of credit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they put. $2 million, and they got split between the husband and the wife. Okay, hold on. This is all feeding time. Oh, both sides of the ledger at the bank are yours. I mean, the deposit was yours and the withdrawals are yours. So both sides of the ledger are your Social Security credit.
Well, I've got lots and lots of bank statements.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, there you go. Okay, goody. Alrighty. All right, what's next? I'm doing cat chores while I'm chatting with you guys.
And that who would that be sent to at just the local bank, the CEO or?
What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm confused.
Yeah,
It goes
that.
to the W-4 goes to the IRS or the Treasury, right?
Who do IRS forms go to?
IRS.
Hey, there you go, Johnny. That's thinking through the process. People are sending it back to the corporation, getting all kinds of grief. Well, you don't work for us. I don't have a duty. My duty to keep records of report is to report to my principal, the IRS. That's actually the IMF to the IRS. Yeah,
So the IRS reports to the IMF.
that's who they collect for. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a form 2848 for power of attorney. That's on my list to do, is to express power of attorney. Is that the correct form to use?
For what?
Expressing a power of attorney?
That's for the IRS, yeah. You need to revoke all prior powers of attorney, though. Implied or otherwise, when you do that form.
And do I do that on this form, or do I do that with the county clerk, or how do I do that?
What form? What's this form?
The 2840?
Okay, 2848. Because you send it to the IRS. 2840 is that's just for the tax court venue. I mean, you already have power of attorney. You already have power of attorney for the Social Security person. That's the birth certificate. Is a power of attorney from the president of the United States. He's under the Treaty with the Enemy Act. Now, if I wanted to give you permission to go before the tax court and dance around, then I would have to give you a 2848. It's kind of fun to have a CAFR number, I guess. I don't know. I didn't need it when I did my petition, resulting in a consent decree between me and the judge that I've never had a tax liability. That's fun. Never had a tax liability. That's good juju. You never had tax liability, but you still have to pay taxes. Someone went to court. It was an ass. But you still have to pay taxes. Wait a minute. You just did a petition. You did a 12B6 and you still say you have to pay taxes? I'm confused. I am very confused. So funny. You know, anything said, not written down is bogus, right? You guys know that. So you could say, you owe this, you owe that. I don't see that, Judge. I don't see that. Literally, I don't see that. Why? Because they're words floating in the ether. I just don't see it. And I just don't see it, Kitty. How could I see it? How could I see it, Kitty? Is it possible for me to see it? No, it's not. I don't think you guys are ready to eat yet. I don't know. Herding kittens. Did you guys watch that? Did you guys watch that commercial that I told you to watch? Cat herder from the Super Bowl commercial. Cat herder. funny. For some comic relief. Someone wants to play it in here. It's funny to watch. You see what my house looks like. What's that thing? Oh, you found something, huh? Yeah. You guys aren't ready to eat yet. You're not hungry enough. You're not hungry enough. You're not hungry. You're not hungry. You're not hungry. Anyone find it? Cat herder Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, it's just posted.
It's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Where's my wallet? Any other? What else are you guys thinking about doing? Are you guys in a W-4, the false statements for COVID? Hit the NIH, CDC for damaging consumers, false services under 1692E and penalties and 78 FF. Why am I getting a feedback? Someone's on speakerphone. Hey, I need to start doing that.
Hey, SmokingBaby. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear somebody.
Right. Yeah, it's me, Tom.
I don't know who me is.
Tom, or let's see my name. Yeah, my name is TJ. I pushed out the filing or extended my filing for 1040 this year.
Oh, you did an extension on your 1040?
Yes, sir.
Cool.
I did that because I've been learning all this stuff, came across your channel. Yeah, I get the understanding that everything we pay is tax, and that we are basically putting a claim
the
in.
price. No,
right?
the price of everything.
Okay.
The price of everything is an excise tax.
An excise tax. Okay.
Your payment's not a tax. The price they're collecting is a excise tax that we need to settle to get title to the goods.
Yes.
If you don't have a receipt, you don't own it.
And they have to report it to the IRS.
Who's they? Do they?
The
they
other
have
side of the
Do
party.
they really have to?
They don't have to, I suppose.
Why not? Why don't they have to? Because it's like a gift. If you who has the duty to order, keep records, and report? Who has that duty?
That's us.
Oh, so who has to report it?
The administrator of the account, Social Security account.
I don't know. You're contradicting yourself.
Am I?
Either you have the duty to order, keep records, and report, or you're saying someone else does. In the same
Oh,
breath.
I was speaking as if I was the manager of the account. I'm not the Social Security account.
What manager of? So you do these vague terms, manager of the account, some ethereal, non-specific thing. Does the manager of the account have any first-hand knowledge what you do with your dollars, or your debit card? Do they have any first-hand knowledge what you go run around and do out there in the public? No. So how can they report anything? Only you have first-hand knowledge of the stuff you're doing. So you have a duty to order, keep records, and report to the IRS everything you do with your dollars,
right,
and your credit cards and your accounts. That's your duty, Johnny. That's your big responsibility. Take what they give you and turn it into the IRS. Oof, that's some tough responsibility, I tell you. They even keep the records for you. Oof.
So yeah, I'm like stuck on what I want to do with this 1040. I know I have to file it, and I know there's certain things I can do and fill in different other forms, 1099s that I could file with it.
1099s. What? 1099s for who?
For me,
Really? You got a 1099? You did some independent contracting? Someone paid you? Is that what happened?
1099 OID.
You don't have an OID, dude.
Can you explain
Or did
that?
you?
I
That is a pronoun. Like these, those, them, it, that, they, there. It refers to a noun. It's only inferred.
hmm,
That's what that is. I just explained that.
got it.
There's no noun in that sentence, Johnny. I have no idea what you're talking about. You do in your head. I can't see inside your head, thank God. Whew, imagine that would be like seeing inside that dome of yours. What would it be like,
God.
Johnny? What would it be like if someone could see inside? If you could only read my mind. Was that stupid song? Yeah. What you can do? That whole weepy weep. Darn, darn. Was that Radio Box or something like that? Or if you could only read my mind? This is a song, right? From the 90s?
I have no idea what you're talking about now.
It's a song. If you could only read my mind.
Smoking
think it's from
Baby is
Radio
so
Box.
funny.
I think it's Radio Box. Radio Box, if you can only read my mind. Somebody can Google it. Something like that from the early 2000s, late 90s. Some whiny song, you know. You know, the whole grunge whiny thing. Everyone's whining.
Hmm.
I guess nobody found it. We'll get back to the point. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to
Oh.
feed my cats. I need to walk my cat. I need to have a lot of cat duties this time.
Yeah, I miss my killer tiger cat. Used to keep all the vermin, rabbits and stuff that invaded the garden away.
Rabbits and slits. We need to keep our rabbits for shooting rabbits and slits. Outlaw Joseph Wales.
Say your prayers. But yeah, I mean,
how are we gonna
you
bury
would
him? To hell with them fellas. Buzzard got to eat just the same as worms. Outlaw Joseph Wales. I love that movie.
Is it If You Could Read My Mind by Gordon Lightfoot?
No, ooh, no, he's horrible. Oh,
Okay, I didn't know. I'm gonna listen to him now because you said that.
no, it's such a mournful. Oh, if you
The-
could read my mind, love, the thoughts you would tell, like an old-fashioned movie over a wishing well.
You
That's
know
who you're
movies
talking about.
and songs. What do you got like this memory? You don't your mind just when you got like this photographic memory, it's amazing.
Synesthetic identic memory. It's like a radio. I dial it in and I can hear it and see it playing in my head. And I think in colors. I do math in color.
That's awesome.
Everything's in color. I don't know how it happened, but everything's in color.
What I found was The Killers, Read My Mind. Came out in the 90s.
Is that the same the T-shirt thing? I don't know. Maybe it's it. Anyway, no, I don't want to. So that. What was that thing that you were that talking about? That the 1040.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand it as a claim.
Oh, that's right. You had a 1099. Who did the 1099? Oh, and then you said an OID.
Well, yeah, I didn't
you
do.
get
I'm
an
trying to
OID?
understand that first.
Are you guys ready?
Mhm.
Oh, jeez. I have to wait again. Till they calm down. I know how he behaves, sir. starts freaking out. Yeah, OIDs. You don't do your own OIDs. The IRS will kick an OID. If you do a 1099B, IRS will kick back. People have said that the IRS kicks back an OID.
But not a 1099B.
You do a 1099B. You have the information to put on the B. The IRS doesn't. IRS doesn't know anything. They're debt collectors. They know nothing. You have to supply everything. IRS doesn't know who you are. IRS doesn't know if you exist. Anybody could be sitting in these forms. Anybody could be using your social. The IRS doesn't care as long as they get their taxes. That's all they care about. They've even said so. IRS is not concerned about who's doing what. What's in here? Why can't I find my phone? What's up, cutie? What's up, cutie? Can I come in here? Why are you so skittish? So where'd you get these 1099s from?
Information overload, really, just over the last couple of weeks. Focused on just filling out my return, and it's just kind of, me
What
trying
did
to. What was
the
that?
1099s have to do with you?
Well, as I understand it, have come to slowly understand it. The 1099s is information I'm providing to the IRS about certain activities, transactions that I've done.
Did you read the instructions on the 1099? Who has to do these things?
Yes, taking notes, and I don't remember any of it. Let's see. Who files a 1099?
You guys are all over the place. Crazy cats. You have me my phone. Dang it.
Hey, Smoking Baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you doing tonight? I was
Cats.
on the class
Cats.
with
More cats.
you. I was on the class with you and Derek, and after the recent court class, and after the court class was over, we started talking about miscellaneous things as we are doing here. I was the one that mentioned, kind of freaked out or panicked about my bank statements not being able to W-4 them because they were business, and I used an EIN and the CPA set it up, and so I wasn't sure if my social was used. So I want to give you an update, and it might help other people, but do your own due diligence. So I went to my bank, and my ex-bank, because remember they fired me for not wearing a mask, they kicked me out. And I walked in and I talked to the only gentleman that was ever nice to me there. His name was Joseph, and I said, "Hey, Joseph, do you have a copy of the form I filled out for my business account to open a business account here?" And he said, "Yeah." So he gave a copy of it, and it sure enough, it had the business information at the top, and at the bottom, the same form, it had all my information. I said, "Did I fill out my social security and driver's license on this form? And do you have a copy of it?" And he goes, "No, we shred it. We just entered it into the computer." I go, "But do you remember if I actually put my social because I didn't want to use my social because I had an EIN?" He goes, "You had to. We wouldn't have opened it if you didn't, due to the Patriot Act." So he said, your business account was linked with your social, and it's required because of the Patriot Act. I said, "Thank you so much." So I took his business card, and I'm just going to do it, an affidavit with a negative adverments when I send in
No,
my.
you just make a declaration.
Yeah. So I'm going to do something like that. I haven't figured out how to write it up yet, but I took his
The
business card.
declaration. I declare this is what this guy said over here at this bank. Blah blah blah.
Yep, that's what I'll do. And then include the business card, and I time, date, and stamped it. So I was like, yes, because I was so worried that I couldn't use any of my bank statements because I swore I only used an EIN and no social. And so I was super excited. So I
So
just wanted to share that in case anybody else, but you got to go to your bank and get your own, whatever you want. But I
so
did
when
it. I did.
so when you did your banking, did you take deductions?
When I did my
On
banking or my business.
when you did your business, did you take deductions?
Yes.
No, that'll make a difference. No, your social still funded all those checks
Yes.
and deposits and deposits.
Okay. Phew. Because that's the only real, I don't want to say money, but a credit, because everything ran through there, nothing really through my personal. And so I was devastated, like, oh my God, I lost all of that. But no, I'm super excited to go ahead and finish my W-4s. But just wanted to share in case that could help anybody else that was thinking in that same boat as me with using the
What are you
EIN.
doing? What are you doing, Kitty? You're taking me for a walk. You taking me for a walk.
Smoking baby,
Walk
Todd.
the cat. Hold on, I might fall out of range until I switch over. I'll keep talking though. Can you guys can still hear me? I guess, yeah.
Yep.
We're walking the cat. We're walking the cat.
But why the cat's not listening?
He's walking over there. We're walking together. Don't do some. He's, 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 he's not your cat. My cat. Heathens. Heathens, I tell you.
Is he on a leash?
No. 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 Cat's more sovereign than I am. Cats are more sovereign than man is.
True.
How do you know? How do you know they're more sovereign than us?
Okay, that's a good question. I was just thinking he's free. He's not on a leash. He's doing his own thing.
He's across the street up on someone's property, digging a hole of shit. If I did that, I'd be arrested. He used to do it for free.
That's right.
See, he's more sovereign than I am.
Mm-hmm.
He could jump through car windows, piss on the seat, go everywhere, go inside the garages. That's all trespass for me. Trespass and indecent exposure. Cats are more sovereign than humans.
And more sovereign than dogs, I think.
Oh yeah, dogs have to be in a leash. Uh-huh. Dogs have to be in a leash law.
Not my dog.
Okay. Either way. Yeah. There's a dog bite. Dog bite cases are expensive. Cat bite cases there's no cat bite cases because you'd have to go fuck with a cat to get bit. So
A cat doesn't have to pay fines, fees, and levies like humans do.
that's why they're sovereign. Actually, cats are part of the land. They're part of Arizona, and so if you take and move cats or try to remove them, it's against law to take and remove cat from one place to another place. Crime. So there was a friend of mine works at a industrial place, and they had some cats over there living on the grounds, and they were going to come and have the cats removed. And he pulled out the statute that the cats are part of the land, and if you remove them, you have to take them back to where you got them because they're part of the land. So cats are Arizona. They're part of the sovereign nation of Arizona. Funny. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why someone has a 10. They must have been working corp to corp. where they show income going to you, or you showing income going to them, but there'd have to be a contract in place. You just can't. I can't go and stuff $250,000 on somebody, say you owe taxes on that. That'd be identity theft and all that shit. So usually there's a contract for a 1099 person working on a 1099 miscellaneous or something like that. A lot of times these 1099As are done, and like for credit cards, where we haven't claimed the accounts, and so they do 1099As abandonment, showing that we abandoned those credits. It's rebuttable, of course, but because the 1099s don't have enforcement. There's a subtitle A. Subtitle A doesn't have enforcement. Subtitle C does. Subtitle D does. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. I think it's D for ATF, but subtitle C has. A doesn't have it and B doesn't have it. There's no enforcement, which means if you don't do it, you get in trouble. There's enforcement with 1099C because IRS has a stake, has a 24% interest in everything done with that Social Security card, all the transactions going through. So if we don't report it, we pay the tax. We report it, they pay the taxes, and we get the credit back. Do the W-4 process, accounting for how much credit was transferred to that corporation, because the transferee is liable for the tax under 2603. I don't know if people have heard this before. I'm just doing broken record hoopla.
Repetition is great. I'm really learning. I like how you repeat things. You know, the last time you mentioned some of this, and it's great because I can absorb it better. I don't have your memory. I wish I did.
Mr. Potato Head style. I used to have a Mr. Potato Head at my job, computer programming. And people were confused by it. I go, well, that's how I program. I'm going to be able to plug things in and have it work. I could put a Mr. Potato Head's face, and it still works. You know, you can mix and match, arms where the legs are. That's how I program. So you ready to copy down the sections? I don't want them typed. I don't want the sections typed in here necessarily. I want people to write it down.
Yes.
Why? Because writing and listening and reading is a triple learning process.
That's how you retain information.
Reading, listening, and writing at the same time. Now you have 3 places in your brain that are getting pinged. Because then you can see it visually, you can hear it audibly, and then you're actually writing it down. So when you're ready, let me know. You're ready to write it down.
I'm ready to write.
Yeah, ready.
Okay,
Wait, is this a
2002. What? What?
Just joking around. I said, is this a race?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a race or not. So you have 2002, 2203, 2032, 2032 alpha, capital A, 22 alpha, parentheses E, parentheses 11, 2603, 6903, 6324, with penalties in 7201, 23456. It's probably more than if you read 7201. There's penalties when people fuck around, and then you have 31, 37, 13, 31, 37, 13. The United States has a priority claim. But those are all the sections.
What are those sections of?
That's all you need to worry about.
It's all
Unless
the
you're doing some
applicable.
unless you're doing corporations, or unless you're doing something else other than just being a normal W-4 kid, a normal consumer kid. If you look at 2603, it says who's liable for the tax. Unless you're one of those three. I've never been one of those three.
Pardon me, Smoking Baby. These numbers that you've just referred to, are those sections of USC Tax Code Title 28?
Nope, 26. 28 is the judiciary. This is Title
Excuse me.
26, IRS.
Title 26. Thank you.
Yes. 28 is judiciary. 16903 ties into 28455, number 4. There's one leap over there.
If you had been taking deductions on a corporation, would that?
Oh, yeah, corporations are corporations. You either, if you're C corp, you're double taxed. If S corp, you have to disgorge all the assets to the shareholders. So corporation's a corporation. That's a different breed of dead fiction. Double taxation with it. I will never do it. I had a 1099-C. It's fucking stupid. That damn lawyer. When I was a newbie back in '95. Set a C corp, double taxation. And I was so busy working in the .com boom, I didn't have time to figure nothing else out. And then the crash happened, and I had plenty of time to go to Hawaii and fuck around. Learn all kinds of stuff. Remember the recession of 1999? Remember that? 2000. The recession.
If
You
you
had
had
it.
been functioning as an S corporation, would you stop doing that?
No. I would just have a trust as the shareholder.
Copy. Thank you. On the
I don't know
schedule
who's your
K1,
yeah, K1. Who's your shareholder now?
the all caps entity.
Oh, so you made your Social Security person liable for FICA, huh?
I can't say I've done a good job at paying it.
No. Oh, I know. They're gonna send you something. You use W-4 at balance books, but yeah, he gave your Social Security person income, wages.
Well, I actually haven't been doing it the way I'm supposed to. He's just been
Why?
getting the disgorgement.
I don't know what supposed to means. I don't know what that means. Supposed to.
Oh, I believe that we're supposed to have an employee and get some wages as an employee, and that.
Well, you did. You did by doing the K1 to that employee, to that shareholder. He earned wages.
Aha.
That
Okay.
shareholder earned wages. Why? Because you transferred money to him. Here you go. Here's your hard work, Mr. Social Security card. Here's your K1 income. Now Now you pay the taxes on it, Mr. Shareholder. If you do a trust, if the trust is a shareholder and the trust has income, you can do a deduction on line 12, fiduciary fees. 100% of everything the K1 says is a fiduciary fee leaving zero taxable income using the trust. As a shareholder. Capiche?
Capiche, yes. The brain's just going. I actually haven't paid any FICA for the entire, 21 years of the S Corp's existence.
Well, they might see it as a disregarded entity. I don't know how they're going to play it. I don't know how they're going to play it. But you can always, so just send me a statement and I'll W4 it, balance the books.
Copy, thank you.
I mean, since your social created all that credit, and they want you to pay FICA, okay, here's some more Social Security credit. I'll just manufacture. Here you go. Here's a piece of paper with the same number on one side, $10,000 on the 4C of the W4, and they want $10,000 on their side. Okay, there we go. Double book entry accounting right there. Double ledger book entry accounting. 10,000 on both sides. Your piece of paper, my piece of paper. Hey, it balances out. Does it make sense?
Makes sense. Thank you.
It does really make sense. Okay.
It brings up in my mind the fact that somehow in my mind there's an idea that double entry bookkeeping is a bad thing that criminals do.
What do you mean? Everything's
like
under
Al
GAAP.
Capone. Al Capone.
Everything. Al Capone didn't pay any taxes under ATF. That's why he went to jail. No, GAAP. GAAP accounting, double ledger accounting, GAAP, GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Everything's double ledger accounting. Why? Because you can't take money from one column and move it over to another column because somebody's getting money laundered, because each column has its own tax liability. So if you're taking money from one column, put it into another column, well, now someone's not paying taxes on that moved money. Now it's money laundering. That's how I see it. So with double ledger accounting, all the books are balanced every night. And if there's a transfer, there has to be some kind of transfer form. So the transferee is liable for the taxes under 2603. That's why the W-4 is fun. The W-4 does an accounting of everything the corporation admits it got. Corporation admits it in their statement. Both double ledger accounting. Where'd all that deposit credit come from? Where did all the withdrawal credit come from? Came from the same source, Social Security number. So both sides of the ledger are Social Security. Because they can't take money from one account and pay your bill to Walmart from another account. So it's all your Social Security credit. They can't take someone else's Social Security credit and send it to Walmart to buy your $100 worth of underwear. They can't do that. That would be stealing. It would be misappropriation of funds. All kinds of crimes. So everything's double ledger accounting is all our credit from the social. Everything.
So if one doesn't notate a double ledgering, then they're not going to know where to draw the credit? Like
I don't.
say
You have to
you
give
send
me.
it off and you
You have to
didn't.
give me a real example. I don't know what you're talking about. I hear the idea, but without any concreteness, I can't answer the question.
Right. Like say you just fired off the bill.
What
like
bill?
whatever bill it was, like
What bill?
PSE&G, whatever. Say it was
Okay,
a
so you
light
got.
bill, and
Okay,
you
so you
just
got the
did
light bill.
the normal, right? The normal notations, the
No.
deposit to the
Well,
treasury.
so yeah,
All the language.
you endorse it to the Treasury on
Right.
the face of the coupon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And then you
Okay.
fill out all the W-4 stuff. The W-4Bs and the
The
1040, and you send
it
it to the IRS.
not W.
Just
There's no W4. There's no W4V for doing these coupons.
we
This
can't
is
use that.
W4.
Oh,
Corporations
shit.
are U.S. citizens.
Okay.
Corporations are U.S. citizens. And there's an extra withholding line on 4C where you put how much credit they admit to having but didn't return to you, thereby withholding the credit that you extended them.
Right.
Corporations are U.S. citizens. That's why corporations get a W-4. Now me, Mr. Johnny Worker over there on board the good ship Lollipop, doing wages, swabbing the deck, sitting in a cube on a credit line that was issued from the Social Security person, getting paid out of that credit line, sitting in my cube, using the
Mhm.
barracks toilet, smelling everyone else curry farts, and well, that
We
W
get it.
for me, the W for me, it's a W4V because I'm not a U.S. person. The corporation is, not me. So I get a W4V, voluntary, and the corporation, SDG&E, whatever corporation, Capital One, they get W4s. Why? Because they're corporations, they're U.S. citizens, U.S. persons, and therefore you get a employer-employee relationship between the Social Security card, which is a U.S. person, and the corporation, which is a U.S. person. But me, if I'm doing me, it's a W4V,
Right.
payer payee voluntary.
I got you. So I fucked up. I didn't want to use the regular W4 with the that statement of
For what? You don't want to use it for what?
yeah, right. No, now I see your point.
Okay, I don't. You said you didn't want to use it. I don't know what for. So with an incomplete sentence, I didn't hear the predicate.
Well, I use it in the same sense as like you were talking about the regular W4, like the
What
third line
what regular?
or 4C, the withholding.
Uh-huh.
And I just like deleted the line. I think it was line 5 on the 4V or 4 or 5. I can't remember. But
What are you talking
I
about?
just
You talking about pre-2020 or post-2020?
post 2020.
It's line 4C.
No, I'm talking about the V, the 10, the W4V, the voluntary one.
I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't.
I fucked it all. I came in as the wrong person, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know what you did.
I came in as the
Uh-huh.
payee or the, they're the payor and I'm the payee and
You're the payee. You're the payee.
should have used I guess I should have used the regular 1040
For what?
for that to send that bill.
I don't. And what, the SDG&E bill?
The IR. Say again?
What, the electric bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, use a W4.
Sense would you use the V, like only if it's
Only for you when you're sitting in a
between-
cube. And you're working.
What if you don't sit in the cube?
Okay, maybe you're jumping out. Maybe you're swimming at the bottom of the ocean. I don't care what you're doing. You're an employee. They call you an employee, but you're W4Vs. You're getting a paycheck from a corporation. A worker, a wage earner.
Okay, gotcha.
Did that clear up anything for anybody else? W4 versus W4V.
You're receiving their credit, like their fictional
I don't know.
payment,
I don't.
whatever. And that's
What would it mean? The direct deposit to your paycheck that you go to Vegas with and buy toilet paper? No, that's a real check. That's real money.
right.
It's not fake.
But that's in the sense when you would use the V, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, when you get a paycheck from somebody, you use the V. And by the way, the credit that you're getting for your paycheck is your own credit coming from your application that you got the job with. It's your own credit
Right.
coming back to you. Your
So
applic-
what is like the say the mistake is being that is you're not adding the like you're not showing the double ledgering, and so they don't know. I mean, they
I
could
don't
basically have plausible deniability.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who's they? What double ledgering about what? Then-
Well, like say you do the regular W4 sandwich thing, and you have to show the accounting, like where the credits came from.
What account?
If you don't show that, then they don't know where the
What accounting?
well, like a regular statement you get,
Oh,
like a monthly statement,
okay, yeah. So,
not a payment.
I don't know what payment means. You have a statement every month. I know what a statement is. I don't know what payment you're talking about. What do you talk?
Or the statement.
The statement has
Like a
the statement has charges and payments, right? Deposits, withdrawals, charges and payments.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you add both of those together, it goes on line 4C of the W4. Did you watch the Jack in the Box video, Johnny? Did you really want that?
I saw it. It's been years though.
Well,
Yeah.
then, Johnny, you might want to do a refresher.
Gotcha.
Clear out those cobwebs.
I
All
even
that,
have like a printed out PDF of the whole.
all those
thing.
Amsterdam-esque cobwebs in your California, Mendocino County line.
Oh, easy now.
Yeah.
East Coast here.
Oh, yeah. Well, you had SD. I thought you said SDG&E, San Diego Light, Gas and Electric.
No, out here it's New Jersey Central Power and Light. Fucking bastard.
New Jersey.
But it's all good. I got that all straight. That was just an example.
New Jersey.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Unfortunately.
Why?
Fucking- I know.
Why?
Too many family members out here. I lived in Arizona for a bit, in Phoenix, for like 3 years. I liked it, but it was like Groundhog's Day for me. It's fucking same day. How's the weather?
I know.
Hot, sunny.
Perfect. Sunny. You
Yeah,
don't have to think about what to wear. You don't have to think about anything. Uh-huh. You don't have to worry about running into the situation or Puck
You don't have to buy a snow shovel
or
unless
Puck
you live in
or
Flagstaff.
what was her name? That horrendous thing that they made a South Park about her when Jersey came to South Park.
Oh shit, I missed that one. I gotta watch that one.
Because Kyle and his Bravlowski, they're originally from Jersey. You're originally from Jersey. Kyle
They
goes
killed
all
Kyle.
Jersey. Kyle goes all Jersey. Takes off his beanie,
show
big
is
red
fucking-
hair, big ginger head.
That show's hilarious.
Puts on his chains and brings everything. He
Trying to be like a Guido.
no.
Oh.
He didn't try to be. His Guido came out. It's genetic. It's all genetic.
Yeah, we get a lot of those around here.
That's funny. That's the funny part. That it's almost like he was doing a transfer. He kind of split around and it became his genetic disposition. It's funny.
Yeah, in high school we had a nickname for they all drove IROCs. We called them I reek of cologne.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, the best South Park was that one with the stick when he's on fire. I can't remember which guy. The guy that always gets killed. Is that Kyle?
Kenny.
I don't
Kenny.
remember. Yeah, Kenny.
They killed Kenny.
They're like, put the stick out. They're all worried about putting the fire on the stick out instead of putting him out. I was like, motherfucker.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, they had so many good ones, man. Like the space cash. That's a classic.
Flat Butt Pancake Head and Margaritaville are my two favorite.
Margaritaville, yeah.
And it's gone. Fat Butt Pancake Head's about J-Lo and Ben Affleck. And Kyle has a puppet hand Calls it J-Lo.
Oh,
I think it's episode. I can't remember. I used to have it down. Season 13, 3. Fat butt pancake head. Cartman's hand's a hand puppet. Taco burrito, burrito,
oh
taco,
yeah.
taco. You like my taco kisses, honey?
Should be on the required watch list, right?
Yeah. Fat butt pancake head and Margaritaville. Uh-huh.
Space Cadet is hilarious. There is no space jail. The money's only worth what you all agree on. I mean, what the fuck's wrong with you humans?
But Margaritaville talks about the whole financial collapse. Yes, no, yes, no, yeah, no. Yeah. You see it in my head. Anyway, so yeah, the W4V is when you're a little worker boy, and the W4 is for statements. Statements come from corporations. What's up, kitty?
Gotcha. Yeah.
What are we
I
doing,
guess I
kitty?
got to redo that.
Yeah, the IRS is going to get confused. What? Why is he sending us this? There's not
Yeah,
even
this
a place
guy's
for. There's not even a place for dollar signs on the W4V.
there's one line. It said something about how much would you like withheld, and I just
Yeah, those are percentages, but what? There's no dollar amount on
modified.
there's no dollar amount on the W4V. So it doesn't make sense.
You just put it in with the double lines on the S.
On the what?
You know, the symbol, like how it normally has the one line through
I don't know what you're
the
talking
dollar
about.
symbol.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know the double line silver, U.S.
Mm,
silver.
Yeah,
But I don't know
I
what that
guess
has to do with the W4V or any of those things. They just have normal peso symbol.
I think I went overboard. They're throwing me overboard for sure.
That's a good movie. Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. Overboard.
Where they have the yeah, that's a great one.
Bubba, bubba, bubba. I like it when she goes bubba, bubba. She's catatonic. Oh, it's a funny movie. What are we doing, kitty? Huh? What are we doing, kitty? What are we doing? We're out here in the park, in the green belt, walking the cat.
Oh, you walk the cats? What do you have like? They just walk on their own. Like you don't need you don't put them on a leash.
I go for a walk. He takes me on adventures.
Cool.
He jumps. He goes in and out of the window. He'll get out of the window and then look back over his shoulder. Come on, human, let's go. And so he'll start leading, and I just walk along and sit on top of dirt mounds, sit on top of dirt mounds, under bushes, on trees, laying down the grass, laying down the sidewalks. I get to be a 6-year-old again. Because if I did it without the cat, I'd be a Riri.
Adventure, man.
I'd be a Riri. This guy's crazy. But I'm with the cat. It's legitimate. So I get to be 6 years old again, legitimately.
Right. That's awesome, though.
I've had people call the sheriff on me 3 times. This guy is doing something
Really?
suspicious. Oh yeah, doing something suspicious. You go,
Well,
"What?
just because
Really?"
you're walking along with the cat?
Yeah, walking down the sidewalk. Yeah. Because I have to walk
Just
slowly.
on the.
What?
That's insane that they call the cops. Like,
Well, yeah, because I just amble along, and I guess ambling along. If I'm not walking with a purpose, I must be doing something criminal.
amazing.
Oh yeah. Yep. These fucktards here in this
You
HOA.
see something, say something. All that bullshit, right?
Oh, I love
Get
using.
outta here.
I use that line. See something, say something. I use that. I use that in some of my letters.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
When are you not seeing some?
No, I just use it when I want to slap them. Da, 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 da. See something, say something. So I need your help. Because if you don't help me, see something, say something, I have to report it. I'd rather not do the work. So I need your help getting all this accounting. See something, say something. After all, we all wish to be involuntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code. You can put a dash between the involuntary, or you could take a dash out of the involuntary. It still works either way. Be an involuntary, like not voluntary compliance, because you're going to be either voluntary compliance or non-voluntary compliance. So that we all wish to be involuntary compliance. Works both ways. It's funny. I put that on my letters. After all, we all wish to be four spaces, N-voluntary, four spaces, compliance with the Internal Revenue Code, don't we? What time is it? How far away have you taken? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Was it 15 after the hour? Okay.
$17 after.
Okay. Yeah. It's just the changing of the guard at the state house. I don't know what time it is. So like right now, I'm sitting under an acorn tree on a dirt mound on a hill in twilight.
Technically an oak tree.
Yeah, acorn tree. Yeah, oak, acorn, whatever it is. These little things come down here. Fun to shoot with slingshots. Get a wrist rocket, put them in there, smack. Little wrist rocket. I've even had people. I've been attacked 13 times. On 13 times, they've let dogs off the leash to attack me and my cat. They've, I mean, chased me down the street demanding my name because make sure you get your, please keep your cat off my property. I said, oh, I said, he said, I don't want your cat shitting on my property. I said, well, cats go where cat go, birds poop where birds poop, lizard poop where lizard poop. No, you need to keep them off my property. Are you giving me permission to trespass on your property? No, I'm not. He said, well, if I find him on my property, I can't be responsible for what happens. And I tell them, well, he says, well, thank you for making threats against the cat. Just to let you know, there's an agricultural lien on that domestic livestock, and I'll liquidate everything you own if you harm that animal in any way, shape, or form. It's higher than a tax lien. Oh, honey, get ready to call the sheriff in 2 minutes. I need your name. I wear a body camera. I actually wear a body camera because I've been attacked so many times. I said, give me your name. I go, nope. You have to give me your name. Really? And I started walking away, off the sidewalk. I was on the sidewalk, off the sidewalk, across the street, up my street, and this old fuck chased me down my street, demanding who I was and trying to get closer and closer and closer. He's some stupid old fuck. Uh, and I'm thinking, I'm gonna have to knock this fucker down. He's old. I mean, the guy's old. And finally, he turned around and went back. Shit like that. 13 different times. So now I carry a piece, wear a body camera, have my phone, 2 flashlights, a voice recorder, because I let that dog off the leash to attack me and my cat. Called the sheriff. The sheriff wouldn't come out. Call animal control. After hours, animal control tells me to contact the sheriff. I still have all the information, but I'm not quite ready to make a report to make him an enemy of mine yet. I need to meet with him privately. There's so much shit going on with this. There's just, pile on top of pile on top of pile. I need to meet with them privately and say, look, you're right here, dude. Here's your breach. Here's your breach of policy. Animal control says to contact you, and you tell me to contact animal control when I've been attacked by a dog, let off the leash to attack me and my cat, and you didn't do fuck. But you certainly roll up on me because I was standing on a sidewalk at 11:30 on June 4th last year, and some fat fuck drives home, pulls up in a truck driven by his wife because he's drunk in the passenger seat, gets out of the car, makes a 90-degree beeline towards me instead of walking into his house with his fat wife, and he holding a metal thermos. So all I see was some kind of thing in his hand. It was a metal thermos because he's just getting off work, getting drunk. His wife had to pick him up. Chad, his name is. And then finally his wife had to call him home. Who are you? What are you doing here? Walking my cat. That's suspicious. What? Standing on a sidewalk under a full moon wearing a white t-shirt, white socks, and a pair of khaki shorts is a suspicious thing? Here I am blazing in the full moon, lit up like a Christmas tree, wearing all white, and somehow that's suspicious? It's fucking retarded. So finally, his wife called him home because she knows he's violent. That's why she had to call him home, because she knows he's violent. And so they went inside, and then I'm still waiting for my cat because with this whole kerfuffle coming up, the cat skedaddles out of there because people have threatened my cat so many times. I always have to walk my cat, so because people threaten to kill him, and that's why I've been walking it. Every night, about 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours a night, I walk my cat, and I'm going to charge the HOA for it. And so finally sit there and finally waiting for the cat to come out, and who comes back outside again? And the suspicious activity. Well, lo and behold, his wife comes back outside, and I'm standing in the cul-de-sac, seeing where my cat went with that kerfuffle. She comes back out, looks around, and goes back in again. I go, oh, so this was such a dangerous and suspicious thing that your wife came out without her husband because it's that suspicious? Or did she like the danger of it? Did the danger get her going? Ooh, this is dangerous. This is exciting. I don't know. Who knows, who knows what the real thing is? Then I kept walking down the street, and then the sheriff pulled up on me. Mr. Sheriff, Sheriff Sheriff, who didn't have a business card on him. And anyway, yeah, that's freaking crazy. Fucking HOA. Walking a cat. Anyway. So I have to go meet with Mr. Sheriff because I gave him my driver's license. Oh yeah, he's fine. I go, oh yeah, he's fine. Yeah, okay. I said, you have a business card? He goes, no. He says, okay. Because my time commodity doesn't belong to me. I have my TWIC badge, Transportation Worker Identification Card badge, the Homeland Security badge. The Homeland Security badge says I have to wear a body camera at all times. And he said, well, my time commodity doesn't belong to me, so I'm gonna have to charge you for it. And Mr. Sheriff chuckled. He's now Mr. Chuckle. Thought it was kind of funny that I'm gonna charge him for the 10 minutes he stole my life for a suspicious activity. I said, yeah, you could do it, but you're gonna pay for it, motherfucker. And he chuckled about having to pay for it. Just wait. I need to go down there and get the record. Why haven't I done it yet? I mean, I can't even. I could tell you all the different bullshit going on, but it's layer after layer after layer after layer. Homeowner association and people dying and this and that and this and that. Realize just to write this petition I was doing today took all day long to write this petition for harassment by the HOA who stole my trash cans last June to extort money out of me on an account that was not a verified debt. So they took my trash cans, and both the HOA told the trash company to take away my trash cans. So when my trash cans disappeared on 14th of June, 2023, I called the trash company. They said, "Oh, the HOA says you're behind in your dues. You have to contact the HOA." And I said, so they shared debt collection information with you. Well, that's what they said. So they had to call the HOA. The HOA says, "Oh yeah, you're behind in the dues." And so I said, "Okay, so how do I get my trash cans back?" So you have to pay you have to pay it in full. I said, "Well, what portion of the $66 a month pays for the trash service?" I can't tell you that. It says you have to pay in full if you want your trash cans back. So what's it called when two people get involved together to extort money from another party? It's called racketeering. Civil racketeering. Civil racketeering. Because they're causing a hardship to extort money out of me. It's called uh, harassment, abuse, and oppression. Harassment, abuse, and oppression, causing a hardship to extort money by extortionate means. And so that's what I did a petition on finally today, because the HOA turnaround wants to foreclose on the house for $1,200 that they haven't even verified is a valid debt. They want to foreclose on the house for $1,200, and and it's not $1,200 in arrears. They're just making up. It's fucking crazy. Does it all make sense kind of here? Maybe a little bit? Do you guys hear all that?
Yeah, it sounds like a relationship between a prosecutor and a judge.
I don't know what that means. This is between HOA Nazis and HOA Nazis and crooked attorneys and a statutory agent who participates in the business of their client, not arm's length. The statutory agent collects funds for his client, so he's intimately involved with the inner workings of the homeowner association, but he says he's a statutory agent. Oh, really? So you have a financial interest in the outcome, and somehow you're an independent statutory agent? No conflict of interest there? Well, that's insane. Let's see if they're ready yet. But I do have an agricultural lien on my cats.
How much?
I have it at $1 million right now. I have an agricultural lien on me. I have an ag lien on me too. I have an ag lien on my body.
Right.
I know.
I was thinking about that for trust res. Ag lien.
The ag lien has to be an agricultural artifact, livestock. I know you guys are hungry, but your brother won't get here. I know. Here he comes. All right, they're all here. Sweet. Are you guys ready to eat? Okay. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, here's 4. There you go, kids. I'll check back with you in a minute. Yay. Did he pee? Oh, it dripped.
Sounds like a production. 5?
It is every night.
Yeah.
6.
Whoa. 6. You know what I saw the other day? No kidding. Out the window, I saw an orange tabby just laying around being as sovereign as can be. I'm like, and I noticed that it had gone in the garbage. I'm like, look at you, man, just laying, sunning yourself wherever. Just wild.
That's awesome.
It is.
Big cat, he's big. Copperfield. We walked in the house on April 14th, 20. Been hanging out in the backyard, sitting there at 10 at night. Be database bullshit. And April, don't need all lights on the house to on a computer. And so I'm sitting there.
We're losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Got you now.
Yeah. So the something furry rubbed up against my legs, bare legs and bare feet underneath the table, and I screamed like a girl, but only in my head, because if I screamed out loud, it might scratch me or bite me.
Oh yeah.
So I so I so I looked underneath there, and there was this tuxedo cat rubbing up against my legs. Went and rocked around the house and hopped up on the couch and said, "Human, you may feed me in the morning." And he came to live at the house. People are moving away back in 2019-20 are moving
Yeah.
away and just abandoning their pets.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
And we got another one last year, and so Copperfield's running around all healthy, and the next door
Right.
neighbors moved out, and their
And
garage
how
door was
many
all Fakatka.
and how many
What?
children are attached to those cats? You know, those cats used to be maybe some child's pet. You know what I mean? It's just crazy.
Yeah. And so the next door neighbors moved out, and their garage door was all Fakatka, and I guess a little gray kitty was coming around hanging out with Copperfield, even though he's neutered.
Hmm.
And I'm getting feedback, and so and she was coming. You know, Copperfield goes in and out of the window, uh, as he wishes to do, and so she would come in, lay on the bed with him and everything, and then I was away for. I slept on the couch for some reason, late phone calls or something to Australia, and so following week in August, all of a sudden I'm sitting there working at my desk. Copperfield's on the bed, and the gray kitty's in there, and I start hearing these little noises that I can't hear well because of the tinnitus in my head from the Air Force. And finally, about sometime in September, I go to open the door, and there's 3 kittens on top of the bed that scurry away under the bed. And what had happened was the mama cat living in the broken down garage next door made friends with my neutered male cat, and one by one she brought her kittens over one by one. So
Right.
Copperfield dated a single mom, and now we have a family of cats.
Yeah, I used to be in a place, a shack behind the place where I worked, and we had a shop kitty, but we also had the outside feral ones that lived in the junkyard. It was like those
Yeah,
cats you did not mess with. It was a miracle every year how they survived. It just blew
yeah,
my mind. Blew my mind.
yeah. I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah,
And
they might
and even our
they
shop
got blue.
kitty. So go ahead.
The shop kitties.
Oh yeah, the one time, I mean, the shop kitty we had, funny name, Sovereign Kitty. Did not give her that name, but anyway, she'd come up to us when we'd be working hard, pounding, and someone was saying, "Hey, you know that cat is really comfortable with you because, oh yeah, we're just pounding metal, and this cat's just rubbing up against you and whatnot." So very well mannered, tempered. That cat could hang. Is all I'm saying.
So full moon. Oh, full moon.
Maybe that explains it. Talking about cats on a full moon.
So now I need a cat ranch. I'm working on finding a ranch. I'm gonna use a 1099B and/or a bill of exchange just to get the ranch.
Yeah, the 1099B is popular right now.
I don't know what that means, but yeah,
It's a lot of
'cause I need
people
more.
working, trying stuff. That's all.
So you would put anyone who has kids, you would put an ag lien on your kids, 100 million, and that encumbers anyone the state trying to fuck around with you. There's an ag map. I think we have the ag map in the room. You have to use to make the agricultural statutes stick. you have to use an agricultural statute, just like no trespass. No trespassing is meaningless. It has to be a no trespass sign with a statute associated with the sign. And wait, this is not it. So the agricultural liens only have teeth when you put an agricultural statute. And some agriculture statutes require recordation. Other ones don't. We want the statutes that have no recordation requirement, which means there's already a lien by virtue of the agricultural product. So there's no. So it's agricultural liens are super priority secret liens. That means they already exist. So you just give notice and the notice to whoever's damaged your agricultural product, and it attaches upon notice. By mere notice, perfects the secret lien. How does it do it? Because it's a secret lien. That means it has to already exist. And how do you make the secret not secret? You give them notice, and now it's no longer a secret lien.
Right.
It's a perfected lien by notice. Make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Perfected a millisecond later. Yeah. Here you go.
Instantaneously, yeah. Cultural lien. So what else do you guys want to talk about W4 stuff? I don't know what you guys are onto. I need to go back. I'm going to write the Treasury. Yellen, that lovely Yetz, and I'm going to give her notice that I've realized it's come to my recall that I have been remiss and assisting and balancing the Treasury. Therefore, I'm going to go back to 2000, January of 2000, and I'm going to issue every day a $100 million W4 against the national debt to bring down the national debt 100 million every single day. Because the national debt is how much credit they have borrowed from us, me, you. So that national debt is my credit, and I haven't done anything to balance the books. So I'm going to do 100 million a day and bring down the national debt $100 million every day. That make sense?
Yeah.
I want to do that. I want to hit Bill Gates too.
Oh, we get him too. Turquoise.
He's
turquoise. American Spirit. The racist one with the Indian on it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it says turquoise on the top and the front and the face and the bottom. They all have their own color. Uh-huh. It's a color test. I'm colorblind. 12963.
Thank you.
It doesn't scan.
Oh, well, thank you.
Passports don't scan. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's it.
So 1262 total. I never knew they actually said the color on it. So thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Because people say the color all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought there's one that color the box. Which usually works pretty good.
Because some of you have the menthol green, you have the light green, and you have the kind of orangey and all yellowy. I mean, the different shades.
Yeah.
See ya. Have fun. Smoking Baby is getting smoked.
Hey, Smoking, do you have another cat that herds the rest, like the sheepdog of the herd?
Sorry about that. There's some redneck in his redneck truck. What was that again?
About the cat, like you and walking along with the cats, do you have like a one cat that herds the rest of them?
No. I left my phone. I left my phone in Walgreens. Hold on. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. He tried to steal my phone.
Get a brain, maroons.
There's a poltroon. There's a Bugs Bunny has all those. Anyway, no, they're no. Well, the family of cats, the mama cat, they're all about the mama cat. Anyway, enough about cats.
Yeah,
So
cool.
yeah, so I'm gonna start lowering the national debt by 100 million every day, daily, and I'll just have to go back and redo my taxes.
How are you going to lower the debt by issuing empty notes? Credit is an IOU.
What do you mean empty note? The credit's already been taken. I have to balance the books by accounting for 100 for the on the other side of the ledger. Every time we do 100 million W4 against the national debt, there's 100 million on. They have 600 quintillion on the national debt side, and then I put 100 million on my side, moving the debt from their ledger to my ledger, thereby lowering the national debt by 100 million for every W4.
Well, we're holding the debt. Why wouldn't you just call in the debt? Because debits are the actual tangible asset, and they're worth more
I
than
don't.
credit anyway. Just call in the debt and make them pay it back.
There doesn't work that way. There's nothing to pay. There is no pile of money to actually pay. It's just a matter of moving
It's all
accounts from
ledgering.
one. Okay. All right. You go ahead and do it, and you let me know how it works, and I'll do mine. And we'll meet in the middle.
Okay.
Because that national debt, they haven't returned to me, so they've withheld my credit that's showing up on the national debt. So I'm doing a withholding certificate to take some of that withholding back. A friend of mine had a IRS made up some bogus number, $650,000 penalties or some ridiculous number. The guy makes 80 grand a year. They said he owed $650,000 in taxes and penalties. I go, what? He's what, 30? He's somehow earned that much money. What is he, Capone? And he was going through a divorce and all this other shit. So he got an attorney, and they made a deal for 575,000, which is ridiculous. And after 5 years, he was down to like 565,000 over 5 years. He'd only paying down that little bit. So I told him, take whatever the statement they send you, W4 it, and do a W4 and send it in. And he did. He hadn't heard anything for a while. And he contacted the IRS. The IRS said, "Oh no, okay, no. It's actually it's all being accounted for down at the state level right now." And his garnishment went away. He balanced the books. They had $565,000 on the IRS payment coupon, and so he put $565,000 on the withholding coupon, and now the books are balanced.
Yeah, you made the state pay it back.
There's no
Balancing
payback.
the
It's
book.
the credit.
Or
I extend the
ledgering.
credit. I extend the credit to get some interest. I get the interest, but they withhold the principal. So I W4 to get the principal back of the credit that I already extended. So it just brings it back full circle by that double ledger accounting. But it's my credit that I extended out to him, loaned to him. Because I want to make sure the IMF gets the cut. The IMF is a straw man of the Exchange Stabilization Fund, created in 1934. That's where they took all the gold, put it in the basement of the Federal Reserve in New York, and then called it the Exchange Stabilization Fund. And then the ESF then turned around. And there's no oversight by the ESF, by the Congress either. It's a corporate soul because they went bankrupt. And so the ESF turned around and created the IMF and the World Bank, straw men for the ESF. And all the Commonwealth nations have IMF, you know, the SIN number, Social Security number, TFN number, inland IRN, inland revenue number in New Zealand, and the Adar number in India. That's all Commonwealth nations, and all the non-Commonwealth nations who lost the war, they have a World Bank. Comes out of the World Bank.
You said that EFF, was that right?
What for? What the tax ID numbers or what?
No, you referred to the EF, was it the EFF? One of the acronyms?
Exchange Stabilization Fund, ESF.
Oh,
There's a video
ESF.
out there. Yes, there's a video that talks about the history. The grandson of one of the guys involved did this whole big long dissertation telling how, why, and the discussions that went on and everything like that. Because the United States went into receivership after the bankruptcy, and that's why we have. And so
Right.
Congress had the authority to coin money. We gave three things: coining, writing treaties, maintaining a navy, and coining money was the three duties we gave to the Congress. But when they went bankrupt and they're no longer in the coining money business, well, if Congress can't do that duty we delegated to them anymore, what happens to it? It gets redelegated back to the people who authorized it in the first place. So
Did he drop out?
it appears as a negative number on the tax transcript, and it shows credit on our books.
Hey, Smoking Baby, you just came back in. We lost you.
That's the last thing you heard.
About ESF, the
Something
acronym.
about the
ESF. Oh no, yeah, the people.
back to the original issuers.
Yeah, so when Congress can no longer issue currency because they went bankrupt, that delegated authority reverts back to whoever delegated it to them in the first place. Us, the people. And so we have a straw man. They created the straw man to capture the birth certificate as a bailment receipt to bail out the bankruptcy, and then Social Security numbers to access the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, which is a UN agency, not part of the federal government. Neither is the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. It's not part of the federal government either. And so every time we sign our name, we're authorizing the issuance of credit out of thin air. And then we sit it out there and they go run around and do whatever the fuck they do with it. And then we never report it to the IRS. So we're just loading up more debt on top of debt and destroying the nation. So by doing the W-4 against some kind of public obligation that we created out there, we're balancing the books, lowering the national debt. We're pulling it home. We're calling it home, if you want to look at it one way. Or we're making it go to zero by putting $1 amount that they say is an obligation on one side, and we put the same amount on another side, and now the scale is zero. Just because the scale is zero doesn't mean there's nothing on the scale. It just means that value on one side of the scale is equal to the value on the other side of the scale.
Like the storehouse in the Bible. Oh, but I was thinking like a big fat guy sitting on, the debt is like this big fat guy on a teeter totter at the park,
Yeah. So
the other side is a bunch of little like jackoffs, and once more and more start to issue the credit, then that starts to balance out.
It's not so much issuing the credit; it's already been issued. We just have to balance the books by moving that credit back into my books. So for all these false statements they did with Pfizer and all these other assholes, every time they said safe and effective.
Oh, my false statements.
With a penalty of how much? 25 million for the corporation, 120,000 for the individual. Under Title 15, 78 FF.
Holy motherfucker.
And I want to hit, because BlackRock and all these other Vanguard, all these other fuckers were investing in the thing and investing in it, thereby giving credit to the system to carry out genocide of the American people. I'm going to hit them for 100 million. Mr. Fake, that piece of shit. I'm going to hit BlackRock for 100 million. Because where did all the credits come from? Why am I getting someone having a speaker, getting a feedback? Where did they get all this maximum profit that they got from this whole COVID thing? Yes, it came from the credit of the United States, flowed into BlackRocks and Vanguards and all their different bank accounts. So I want to take the money back. You don't get to make money off genocide, you freaking Khazarian pieces of shit in BlackRock. So we'll just imagine everyone. We could charge 100. You could hit him for 100 million per dead person, per person that died. 100 million per. Because to damage one consumer is to damage all consumers, right? If you damage one consumer, you damage all of them. Mm-hmm. Same thing.
And then what if they've moved that money like out of the United States into like foreign accounts? Is that another form of like
IMF,
something they could be?
IMF and the World Bank, you can't hide anything.
Gotcha.
Like, the ESF is the thing behind it all. They can't hide any of it. Because it's
not that they're trying. No, I know. Yeah, but like the fact that they did move it, like, is that a form of like?
It's not my issue. My issue is to account.
Okay.
Order, keep records, and report. And since I'm doing something different, I'm going to give them notice of my intention. That's what I intend to do. If you have an objection, please let me know. If I don't hear back from you, if I don't hear back from you in 3 days, it's our stipulation. If you change your mind later, please let me know. We'll fix the books. And same thing for the CDC, NIH, NAID, all these agencies, EPA. They're all taxable. They all have tax ID numbers and DUNS numbers. They're not part of the federal government. They're just agencies parasiting on the nation that we're the sovereigns of. And what does a king do? Lays taxes upon their people, right? The king lays taxes upon the people, and his exchequer is the one that goes out and collects the taxes. Well, the IRS is our exchequer to go out and collect the taxes for us. We're the sovereigns. We're the sovereigns that actually report what the liability is, and we send the IRS to go get it, because no one's immune to the IRS and no one's immune to the postal court. So the kings of the nation are supposed to be levying taxes against our persons, which are all these federal corporations. All corporations are federal because they're chartered under the Lincoln's Corporation, which is a perpetual corporation, and so every corporation is a U.S. person who have adverse or constructive possession of decedent estate property, for which they're liable for the tax under 2603 on an alternate valuation of the value under 2032, and then must be bonded under 2032A11, liable for the tax under 2002 and 2001, because there's already a lien against the estate under 6324. There's already a lien against our estates under 6324. That's why they have to be bonded when they administer our estates. Any of these, anyone with actual or constructive possession of our Social Security number, they have to be bonded. So that's those code sections coming into play. And all I'm doing is ordering, keeping records, and reporting. I'm just making a report based on whatever statement I come up with. Either statement they give me, a statement they report, or if I don't have the statement, I can go back and recreate the record under Davila versus Shalala. Davila versus Shalala. He who fails to produce or recreate the record must expect the court to rule contrary to their position. So we can go back and recreate the record by getting a stipulation out of them. We'll agree to 100 million. If I don't get your accounting, we'll agree to my accounting, and the full accounting is 100 million. You have 3 days to respond, corporation. If they have statements, though, we use the statements. If we don't have the statements, we don't want to do 100 million than actually can do. So all these think corporations out there, 100 million, because they made trillions, didn't they? Billions and trillions off this COVID bullshit.
God, imagine.
And I think, and for the EIN number, I'm going to use the executive order that started this whole thing, the warp speed thing. That executive order by Trump for shutting down the economy, creating all the flow of the funds for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I'm I'm gonna use the billing code on the Federal Register for that executive order. All executive orders have a billing code. So I'm gonna bill the billing code as the EIN number. I'm gonna
Sweet.
grab that COVID money back. And after we get enough credit, now the corporations are gonna have to come to us to extend credit to the corporations, and we'll tell them what we want produced. I want to put Monsanto out of business too. Bill Gates, I have the Gates Foundation. I have their EIN. I have these NGOs bringing illegals into the country, which is a genocide under the UN Genocide Article 2, or replacement. The replacement theory is part of the UN agenda. It's published, and so all these NGOs. What's that one that Mr. Cuban fucktard and head of Homeland Security, Mayorkas was a director or a manager of the IHAS or whatever it is. I got their W-9, so I'm gonna start hitting them for 100 million. I've been trying to get APAC's EIN number so I can get that.
So you've been busy, bro.
All the time.
I'm thinking about like all the stuff about getting the judge's bond, blah blah blah, all that old school like patriot shit. But it's actually you want the social because that's the real insurance. But like that's where they're bonded, you know, or the EIN. What you?
The judges have to notify the secretary under 6903 that they're a fiduciary. The judges don't send that notice, then they're acting as a non-fiduciary, creating treason. And any attorney who advises the judge is also committing treason, because all these lawyers have a 6903 certificate and get a notice to the secretary as well. Anyone administering these estates, the banks, credit cards, they all need a 6903 to administer the account as a fiduciary. Because what's a fiduciary? Anyone with actual or constructive possession of decedent estate property is a fiduciary. A trustee, a personal representative, an administrator, a trustee, they're all fiduciaries, and they all need to have an appointment from the secretary. With what they're doing, they're not reporting to the secretary, so they're not accounting for the taxes. Once they report to the secretary is going to come looking for an accounting, and so they don't do the 6903 because they're money laundering, securities fraud, and tax evasion, committing treason, operating as a judge without authority, and committing treason.
So the 6903 is huge because that applies to anybody who's using it. Like
anyone with actual constructive possession of these, anyone with, and we'll state the statute, anyone having actual or constructive possession of decedent estate property is a fiduciary, and they need a 6903 to the secretary in Puerto Rico. That's who the secretary. It's down there in Puerto Rico. It's in Title 31, and they talk about the secretary in 26. They talk about Treasury. Puerto Rico. And I'm not going to tell them that. I'm just going to say, hey, where's your response to the notice to the secretary?
Right.
I want to do that. I want to do that to Mr. Juan Merchan, or I can't remember all these judges' names, and Trump's fucking around with Trump.
All right. Yeah.
They're all disqualified. If they don't have that notice from the 6903 notice down to the court, down to the Treasury, they're impersonating.
Fuck out of there.
Yeah. Treason. And that's when what's her name? Michelle over in the We Are Law group. She has a process where we create the information, and then we do an AO91, report it to the JAG that they're all committing treason, and the JAG, and then they get arrested under the military, come arrest them. So We Are Law group by her name's Michelle, and she has a process. The AO91, there's an executive order that goes along with the AO91, Office of Administrative, United States Administrative Office. There's forms in there, AO91, AO430, and they have all these administrative forms. And so in the meantime, I've been battling this stupid HOA thing instead of doing the real shit. Because I haven't got my cat ranch yet, because that takes work. This is just all this shit piles on, and it puts me behind my own curve. So yeah.
SB, if you were just getting started with any of this, what would you do as recommend doing as the first thing?
You could do two things. One, write down who you are. Who are you? So, because if I said, who are you, what would you say? Because if you can't tell me who you are, if you can't tell them who you are, they'll tell you who you are and you won't like it. They'll say you're a U.S. citizen. Because if you can't say who you are, then they'll tell you who you are. In the absence of anything to the contrary, they've already determined you're a U.S. citizen. So that's one thing. The other thing is a power of attorney from the all caps name to your proper case name, last comma, first middle. What's your relationship to the all caps name right now? General partnership. So if the all caps name has a debt or goes to jail, so does the general partner, the human flesh that walks around with that name. So you have to create a separation between the all caps name and the proper case name, last comma, first middle, by doing a power of attorney. Because how can I do a power of attorney? I sign for that all caps name all the fucking time.
Right?
So I step in as a signatory for the all caps name, create a power of attorney, sign the squiggle for the all caps name. Then I turn around and accept the appointment in my individual capacity as attorney in fact, and I have a different squiggle for the certificate of validity when I accept the appointment. So my signature as attorney in fact is a different squiggle than the squiggle for the Social Security card, and that's what gives it color. That's the color of law that people talk about. The signature is different. That gives it color. It creates a separation. So when I sign as the attorney in fact, I have one squiggle. When I sign as the executor, I have a different squiggle. As the trust protector, another squiggle. As a postmaster, another squiggle. Because every capacity they have out there, I can serve in my own capacity on behalf of the all caps name. So I've turned squiggles for every capacity, and it's copywritten.
And is that different squiggle, is the difference the qualification you add to the squiggle?
No, it's a different signature. Like the squiggle is smoking baby. The squiggle as attorney in fact would be master baby. Just a different squiggle. If you could read a squiggle, the squiggle would read master baby. You can't read. You see Trump's squiggle? You can't read that thing. Try to read a doctor squiggle. Oh my God, you can't read doctor squiggles. Every squiggle is a different person. It gives it color as a different person. And the certificate of validity is the signature card, because that's where that signature comes into creation on behalf of the attorney in fact. And then I copyright all my squiggles. I did a copyright on my squiggles. So people can't take my squiggle and do anything with it. They can't forge it. If they can, but they get hit with a copyright infringement. They want to forge my signature.
On the power of attorney, where does that get, recorded or noticed so that they can see it?
Wherever you record power of attorney in your state.
Copy.
So on the driver's license, there's the power of attorney squiggle. Well, that's your picture on there. Yeah, that's my picture as the attorney in fact. I'm the attorney in fact for that all cap named driver. So if the all cap name did something wrong, I'm the attorney for it. The attorney doesn't go to jail when his client does something wrong. Unless you hurt somebody. If you hurt somebody, you go to jail. But otherwise, if the all caps driver's license name did something wrong, I'm the attorney in fact for it. But of course, when I sign the ticket, I sign as a squiggle. I come in as the attorney in fact. I don't sign the tickets as attorney in fact. I sign the squiggle as behalf of the driver, in the driver squiggle, in the straw man squiggle. But I come in as attorney in fact with a different squiggle. And having all these different signatures has me slow down when I'm sitting there ready to do something. I have to think, in what capacity am I acting? And is it all set up the right way? So it slows me down when I sign something about what capacity, what it's about, So it slows everything down. To think before I act. So those are the big two. Who are you? And a power of attorney. Who are you? So you guys can work on that. You can work on those two. So when I take my who am I document, I call it a credential, because creditors have credentials, debtors have identification. So I took my Put my credential, which has a 2x2 passport on the right-hand side with a biometric section underneath. Domicile of origin, political domicile, has a how many hands tall, how many stone in weight, because I don't use the Congress's you realize that we had the metric system in the 1800s, and so Congress ratified the metric system here, and we also have the English system, but Congress has already put those in their books. So if I use any of the measurements that Congress has already trademarked, well, then I'd be using their benefit, and I would lose my sovereign immunity by taking a benefit from Congress. So I use ancient measures when I talk about me, the man, my height and weight and all that stuff. So I use hands and stone. I guess you could use cubits and whatever weight measures they had back there. Back in the old days, use some ancient measures. And Google has translations for those. If you put 72 inches equals question mark hands, it'll tell you how many hands tall you are in Google. But 72 IN equals question mark stone, and it'll tell you the translation, how many hands or how many stone. 180 pounds equals question mark stone. LBS, 180 LBS equals question mark stone. And then at the bottom, I have a non-domestic mailing address, mailing location. And so when I get this document recorded in the county recorder's office, and it comes with that book and page number, and I'm going to act in that under that power of attorney, certificate of validity, or from that private credential, they use that recording number as the ID number, essentially the equivalent of the ID number. You need to know, and you always need to have an expiration date. If you don't have an expiration date, it won't pass as an ID because the IDs need an expiration date. And I put 120 years from the date of birth. 120 years from the date of birth. So I create whatever they can do, I can do better. Because they can't have more authority than me. So whatever they can do, because they have an ID, like a driver's license or some ID card that's supposed to identify who I am. I'm going, who the fuck are they to tell me who I am? I'll write my own credential. I'll tell them who I am. I'm not going to use their shit. But if I can't say who I am, then what they say I am will stick, and it won't be good. Does it make sense? Is that capiche?
Yes.
Thank you. So that's how the game works. If you're not going to be your own sovereign, everyone's. See how I forget what I read it today, and I can't remember. If you can't rule yourself, you will be ruled by somebody. So I'm not recreating their entire system on the back end. I'm not going to make a mirror of everything they've created on it because it's already set up for us. We just have to be standing in the right capacity when we approach what's already been set up for us. That's why that who are you is so important. Who are you in relation to this circumstance and that circumstance and the other circumstance? Who am I in relation to all these other pieces? And I talk about it glibly, but it's no walk in the park. Looking at it all and thinking through it and behind it, and the whys and wherefores and how comes and how to and how not to. If you look up the Uniform Power of Attorney Act, Alabama, and it's in a Mississippi domain, it's written for a fourth grade education, and it has all the commentary: why to, why not to, why for, why not, and it has all these suggestions spelling it out for a fourth grade education. I read it like 4 or 5 times just to get, because there are new words inside of it. So I read it 4 or 5 times over about a couple months, and then where the words became not mysterious, where everything starts clicking together like it does with the tax code 2002, 2203, and all that. It starts clicking together. And okay, now I know what to do. But anything that deals with me has that little black and white photo, passport photo, the biometrics, the rural route, mailing address, a signature, and a thumbprint, right thumbprint. Because the straw man doesn't have a face. The birth certificate doesn't have a face. So anything that I'm taking hold of has that little has that table with 3 different sections inside of a text box, so I can move it around the page. So anything that's me acting in a capacity has that visual aspect, so I can see what the attorney in fact looks like. And of course, the power of attorney, that the all caps name appointed the last name, comma, proper case, first middle, the last first middle proper case, and that doesn't have a picture. That once the power of attorney is recorded, you want to take that recordation location, power of attorney recorded at this is this such and such court, this book, page, and number, whatever. You want to link the certificate of validity back to the power of attorney, so they cross-reference each other backwards. Because once you've been appointed, you have to accept the appointment, right? I can't just write. I'm gonna write. I can take someone's name out of here. I can't really see it though. TM Harks. TM Harks. I just made you the power of attorney for this particular taking care of this truck over here. I gave you power of attorney. Okay, now you have to go do it. Fuck you. I'm not gonna go do it. You can't make me.
I humbly deny your request.
It's like no, I can't. You can't make me be your power just because you write my name on a piece of paper. First of all, it's kind of identity theft. Number one. And then number two, until I accept the appointment, you can't just no. You can't make me do anything for you. But you have
And
to.
what kind of truck is it?
Broken down with a broken head gasket.
Ford?
I could write your name down on the back of the tire. It's broken down Bible for it. Look. There's another. This is the second time last night they shot off the same type missile flying through the air here. It's crazy. Second one. Someone launched a missile. Very strange. They did one last night this time too. Huh. You know how it's all fuzzy and furry around the bright light as it goes up in the atmosphere? Has a halo.
That was all
around it.
HARP, right?
No, it happened last night. It's a missile or some kind of launch.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Crazy. What?
But that Northern Lights crap, man, like last week or whatever.
Oh no, I didn't see it this far down here. There's another launch. Crazy. Anyway, if I write your name on the back of the title to my broken down truck, okay, you're liable for it. Put your name on the back of the title. You know, no, motherfucker. I have to go to the DMV and acknowledge and accept it. Same thing happens with any appointment. You have to acknowledge and accept the appointment. You have to acknowledge and accept the full faith and credit. You get something authenticated and they send it back with all the fancy that authentication number. That's a grant of full faith and credit. You have to accept the grant to perfect the conveyance of the full faith and credit under your control. You have to do an acknowledgement and acceptance of that full faith and credit, perfecting the conveyance. This is so crazy. Watching this thing go. Yeah, and acknowledgement acceptance. Same thing with the grant deed from the seller to the grantee for the buying the house. The title company steals that warranty deed, preventing the grantee from perfecting the conveyance. That's what the title companies do. They steal your grant. They steal it. They don't let you pay the $10. Sometimes the title company is supposed to pay the $10 plus valuable consideration, and so the title company has a lien against the grant. Why? Because they paid the $10. There's a lien on that grant deed. That's a clogging provision on owning the house, right? And if you don't have the warranty deed, grant deed, and proof of the $10 payment, ooh, wow, it's really cool. It's overhead. It is so neat.
Yeah. How many people know about that?
Well, it's a grant. All grants work the same. And then the grantee doesn't acknowledge and accept it. The grant of so the grantee, the real owner of the house, is gone. He's not there, so they have to protect the real party and interest, and they create a fictitious name on the borrower line of the mortgage deed of trust, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, husband and wife, tenants in common, and that's a fictitious name. that doesn't exist. So you have to record that fictitious business name if you already have a mortgage. But if you got a receipt for the application and you got a hold of the warranty deed and you acknowledge and accept the grant, you're done. Essentially, you're done. Or if you do come in and sign the power of attorney, you get a receipt for the power of attorney, and then you're done. And then the marketable title would be the receipt for the promissory note or the receipt for the credit application. And then if they steal your title, I'd call the cops and say they stole my deed. They trespassed on my deed, trespass on title. Call the cops to come in.
So do you think it would be different? Say people did accept and acknowledge and pay the transfer, what's it, the $10 transfer tax? That would they still
30
list that
cents.
suspicious
What?
business
The
name?
30. The 30. No, that the business name happens in the mortgage deed of trust. That's way down the line after the grant deed.
Okay, so that's a completely separate transaction. Okay, gotcha.
Mm. Well, first there's a grant deed, and then after the grant deed, then you have the promissory note, and then you have the mortgage deed of trust. That creates the retail installment agreement for 30 years to get, oh, look, I got a 2% mortgage. Ooh, that's a good mortgage. Yeah, so after 30 years, you're only going to make 2% on everything you pay into that retail installment agreement investment fund as an undisclosed third-party investor and an undisclosed irrevocable beneficiary to that servicing contract. You're going to make 2% over 30 years. Ooh, that's a good deal.
Right.
So yeah, if you got a receipt for the application, and you got the grant deed, and you pay that 30 cents on the transfer tax. In California, it's called a 502 RE 502 form, I think it is. And or if you do get the grant deed, and you hand the original seller $10, and he writes a receipt for the $10, you could take that to the revenue office in the state, and they could stamp your acknowledgement acceptance as paid, taxes paid on it, and then you have perfect title as the grantee. And you have the receipt that you paid for it with a letter of credit, bill of exchange called an application. For the application, you need to properly, endorse it. Consumer purchase, consumer credit transaction, given for a patent right above the signature. Pay to whoever without recourse for collection, and with full acquittance and discharge, accorded satisfaction, and the acquisition of whatever property. And that would be your receipt. The applications are UCC Article 5 letters of credit. Because we don't get a receipt, they create the escrow fund. Then we go draft the escrow fund with a promissory note, which is a debtor thing. And that's because we didn't get the receipt for the application. Then you have to come in with a promissory note, which is improperly endorsed as well. Not to mention fictitious names and all kinds of bullshit. Every level you go down, it gets more and more twisted and mangled, and on each level down, further away from the original application and the grant deed. More fictitious names, change in terms, becomes real estate. Real estate means commercial. Retail means commercial instead of a consumer good, which consumer goods are consumer goods. Equipment is commercial. Retail is commercial. Real estate's commercial. Resident is commercial. Resident, thing identified. Debtors have identity. Resident, president, primary thing identified in DC. President, primary resident, primary thing identified. Because the president's liable to the people. He holds a primary active degree of fault for all debts. Why? Because the office of the president took away our gold, put it in the Federal Reserve under bankruptcy. Creditors have credentials, debtors have identification. Identification. Resident, president. Identity. Hope that helps. Isn't it weird how, like, things that starts with, you have cash, you have credit, credentials, C words tend to be the credit side. D words tend to be the debt side. It's something I noticed a while back. It's funny.
That $10 that was supposed to pay, if I didn't pay the $10 that you were going to pay as part of the consideration for the mortgage.
That is the consideration for that is the consideration.
You know, you say that some people have the title company has paid the tax.
Yeah.
Where do you think they paid that tax to that you might go down and say, hey, actually, I was supposed to pay the tax?
You have to talk to the title company.
The title company.
Or go find the original warranty deed or grant deed. And just make sure it's done. You can put a $10 stamp on there and cancel it. Or you could put a $10 stamp in there and have the postal and have the revenue office tax paid. Put that taxes paid stamp, cancel that $10 stamp that's on the that you put on the grant on the deed. But they steal it. They steal the warranty deed. They steal the grant deed, and then they take out an insurance policy and make Mellon Bank the beneficiary of the insurance policy. What about a scam? They're committing. They're stealing the deeds, is what they're doing. The warranty deed. They're stealing those things.
Sure. So I've got a double authenticated warranty deed, which would be as if it was a new original? Question mark.
It makes it in like manner as the original, but what was the warranty deed witnessed and notarized and all that shit?
The grantee did not appear on the warranty deed.
The grantor? Or the grantee?
The sellers and state appeared on the warranty deed.
Sorry.
Yes, the grantor, the people who sold the warranty. The grantor, I would be the grantee buying the house, trying to get the warranty deed. Sure, the sellers show up as the grantors, and some state personality shows up, and a notary recognizes those signatures.
That's bogus.
The grantee, which would be me, does not show up.
Well,
Todd G. Hewitt, a fictitious entity.
Is that the seller?
He doesn't even show up. No one shows up as the grantee.
Wait a minute. So who was it? What was the seller name? John?
No,
Smith?
the grantor would be the seller.
I know. And who's the seller?
The birds.
Is that
yes.
You just said the birds? Really?
I could go get
really.
You know, I don't have the document right in front of me. I can say that the grantee doesn't show up. Me or someone like me or a fictitious name relating to me doesn't sign up with a signature notary witnessed on the warranty deed.
Okay, so yeah, the original
I'm just wondering if I can put a $10 stamp.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Realize
Yes.
anything anything or $10 and over has to get a 1099 NEC, non-employee compensation. If you read the instructions for the 1099 NEC, anything $10 and over, you can use the NEC to report it. So you would be asking the title company for the 1099 NEC or miscellaneous in the oldie days. And if they can't produce it, well then, and they could either, and they say it was paid, they're committing tax evasion. And if the grant deed was wrong, I mean, so the grantor granted the property to nobody. There was no name.
I'm going to pull the file out. Give me a moment.
Okay, Johnny. Does this all make sense about this whole flow of process now that you've heard it? You have to perfect the conveyance. I have to find that Harvard deed on conveyances and put it in the room. Perfecting a conveyance. Equity does not perfect an imperfect gift, right? Something like that.
Exactly that.
So otherwise, you turn into an accommodating party, which means you're liable, but you don't get any benefit. An accommodating party. That's in UCC 8, maybe, accommodating party. I can't remember. I have to find the Leon County acknowledgement acceptance I pulled down on a condo. Of what an acknowledgement acceptance of the grant looks like. You can create your own, especially if it's imperfect from the title company stealing it. People are still alive. You go back and redo it and get it notarized. It'll trump whatever the title company's done. Not to mention the clerk taking these warranty deeds and grant deeds. They have a duty to make sure it's well done, no defects. So deep pockets there for recording a false document in Arizona. 33-4.
I think you cut out, Smoking Baby.
I'm walking in between zones. So I'll cut it out. So look up 33-420 and ARS 33-420. Recording a false document. The clerk would be liable for that. Your equivalent. Anybody find it?
Could you repeat that number, please?
33-420. You know, 420 like pot. Smoking pot. You can smoke it, you can tuck it. You really smoking pot. Smoking pot. 33-420. So anyway, you can find the original seller if they're not dead. You can recreate the record. And even if you did it, you should have had the contract, the purchase contract somewhere. That would be a foundational record to recreate the proper documentation to accept the grant. You can correct the record under 552A of Title V. Because the records have to be straight. Records have to be good. 552A of Title V. Records correction. Like this homeowner association, their W-9 name on the W-9 does not match what they have at the Secretary of State's office, which also doesn't match who the statutory agent represents, which none of them match what they put on their letterhead for the homeowner association. 4 different spellings of the name. Fucking retarded.
All right, I have the warranty deed in front of me, the double authenticated warranty deed.
So who's the seller? Grantor? Warrantor?
The grantor warrants title against all persons whomsoever dated a date with 2 names. I call them a husband and wife, but there are 2 fictitious names for them where they've signed.
How do you know that? Well, the signature is a signature, but the spelling of the name would be some kind of spell
There's
out.
a name underneath with initials and no first, middle, last.
What is this, like F. Scott Fitzgerald or something like that?
John H. Doe and Jane hyphenated last name Doe.
Was there a title search done?
The title company says that there was.
Oh, you don't have the paperwork. Okay, see that's well, see, they're stealing. You could do your own title. You could go and do a quick title search and see who owned it before. It'd be easy to from the
right
plat.
Right.
Yeah, you can find out who that was. And
so yeah, so on the warranty deed, those two people show up. The state of Arizona, county of Maricopa shows up, and
how does it show up? How does Maricopa show up?
It says state of, and then Arizona underneath the signature of those two fictitious entities.
In the notary.
Yep. So it says state of Arizona. So halfway down it.
So go ahead, find that notary. Go to the Secretary of State and have the Secretary of State contact that notary and get a journal entry for this notarization. Get the notary's journal entry. You're allowed to get a certified copy of the journal. Every time I get something notarized, I also turn in a written request for a journal, a true copy of the journal entry, because it's a pain in the ass to go back and do it later.
Okay.
And it's in the notary handbook to request the journal entry, and it's everywhere. It's all the same everywhere, by the way. So every time I get something notarized, I get the journal entry at the time. Hand them a written request, and I come back later to pick it up. A lot of them don't even know about it. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. So I have the notary manual. See right here? This is the code section right here where I get a copy of the journal entry. Oh, I can't give that to you. Okay, see right here? It says you can't. Because what happens is whatever notary notarized that document using bogus shit like that, you go after their bond, and then you go after the secretary's bond, the registrar's bond, the clerk, whoever recorded that bullshit in there as well. unless they really are the Does we see, Does 1 through 100. Maybe that is the Doe family. Maybe they really are Does. I don't know. So you want that journal entry, and then go back and do a title search and find out who really owned it before you. Because realize when you do this mortgage, your promissory note wraps around all the previous mortgages that were behind it. You capture all that. What's going on? Who's making that noise? Oh, Todd?
No, probably me. Pardon me.
When you buy a house, you capture all the financing behind it if the original seller didn't reserve it. Because really, it's the mortgage I do, quote unquote mortgage, the mortgage I do pays off the mortgage that's already on the house, right? So it's a wraparound, which means I capture the existing mortgage underneath that, which means all the financing and all the securitization and all that shit becomes mine. You're purchasing the whole enchilada. Back to the if someone were to pay off and they get a release of lien at some point, well, that it would end there. You wouldn't be able to go further back because the lien was released to the seller. At that point, it's their paperwork underneath it, the financing underneath it for them to grab. But if there was an existing mortgage and your mortgage cleared their mortgage, well, then their mortgage is for you to claim. Because why? Because you take the subrogation rights because you paid off theirs, and now you take all the rights of the original owner under subrogation.
So I have the copy of the recording of a joint tenancy dig.
What recording?
Well, it's called a joint tenancy dig from First American Title requested a joint tenancy deed for the grantors that sold me the house. So they were the next people back in the search for the title. You said to go back and search who owned the property before, who had title before. And then before that, someone else has a individual quitclaim deed as how they got the home recorded in the county. So I can make it back about 7 previous recorded titles in the county for this property.
And what name's on it?
All of them have a fictitious name.
What is it? What? Read it.
Okay. So the Bergs, when recorded, let me see, accepted and approved by Robert C. Berg, Wilbur T. Hardison as trustee, Diane Dolby Berg, Mary Ann Hardison as trustee, State of Arizona, County of Maricopa. This system was acknowledged and executed before me this 8th day of January, 1995 by the trustees.
Was there a notary?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the Bergs. So you bought this house in 95?
No, I bought it in 2003. This is when they got it in 95. You said to go
So they got it.
backwards.
Yep. So the Bergs were the grantor?
Yes.
And then who is the grantee?
There's no grantee showing up on the document. When I bought it, the Bergs were the grantors. Let me see. For the consideration of $10 and $100 and other residents, I, Wilbur T. Harrison and Mary Ann Harrison, trustee is the Wilbur and Mary Ann Harrison 1988 trust, created under declaration of trust, dated July 1st, 1988. The grantor do hereby convey to Robert C. Berg and Diane Dolby Berg.
Okay.
The grantee.
Now we got the Berg. Okay, so we got the Bergs out of the way. Now the Bergs are going to turn around and be the grantor to you?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so what's the grantee for you from the Bergs sound like?
There's an escrow number followed by warranty deed. For the consideration of $10 and other valuable considerations, I or we, Robert C. Berg and Diane Dolby Berg, husband and wife, do hereby convey to Todd G. Hewitt, an unmarried man, the following described real property situated in Maricopa, Arizona, lot 31. According to book, so-and-so, records of Maricopa County, Arizona.
How is your name spelled?
All caps, middle initial.
Fictitious name.
There's no real name on here at all.
Yeah, it's a fictitious name. Was that on your social security card, Mr. Middle Initial guy?
Probably. At that time, yes.
Okay, so that attaches back to your birth certificate. That's good. Even though, yeah, middle names, yeah, that's the whole problem with social security administration. But okay, and so has your name as a grantee, and you don't have a receipt for the $10.
No, but I could probably find these Bergs. I could find them.
I would take them $1 coins, Susan B. Anthony's or something like that, hand them those, and have them write out a receipt for the coin. Coin is lawful money. It's not a Federal Reserve note. So coin is lawful money. Oh, give them 10 pieces of silver. Nah, give them 10 $1 coins. They're not worth the silver. You get a receipt, and then was their signatures were notarized? The Berg's signatures were notarized?
Yep.
Okay. I would go ahead and track down that notary journal entry, because realize when the notaries quit, they're supposed to turn their journal entries back to the Secretary of State.
Okay.
And then you would go ahead and formally accept. It's interesting, the only thing they granted to you was the easement. The easement, the county easement called the parcel ID lot 109, whatever.
Yeah.
That's a fictitious designator overlaying the latitude and longitude instead of the meets and bounds. You could always go back and redo it and get the meets and bounds conveying the property located within the meets and bounds of wada 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 wada.
Sure, I've recorded a meets and bounds in the county.
They need to describe the property you have by the meets and bounds, and I would leave off the mailing address and the parcel ID bullshit designation.
Yeah, I doubt that the Bergs will do that and re-sign.
Do with that
They'll-
what?
That they'll sign a new warranty deed that leaves off the easement information and includes the meets and bounds.
Okay,
They'll
well,
be
then you would-
they'll be happy to take my $10 and sign a receipt, though, I'm sure. Who
Well,
doesn't
maybe
want
you can-
$10?
Okay. All right. Well, whatever you can do. And then, so what do you have? So you never acknowledge and accept that middle name grant to you, your middle name? You didn't accept that?
No,
Did you
that's
record?
no, I haven't. I mean, yes, it's recorded in the county, but I haven't accepted it. My name
Yeah, so
doesn't appear. My signature doesn't. It doesn't say accepted by grantee anywhere on this. My signature is not on it anywhere.
Yeah, it'd be like me writing your name on the back of my broken down truck. I write your name on the title, but it's not perfected until you actually acknowledge and accept it with an acknowledgement acceptance of the grant with your signature and a notary. Now the conveyance is perfected. And you would go record that acknowledgement acceptance, but I would go by the revenue office so you can pay the tax on the $10.
When you say
You would like-
revenue's office, is that the county assessor's office of Maricopa County?
No, yes. Yeah, the Arizona Revenue Office,
Okay.
state level, and they have a tax paid, and you get that stamp on there, and then you want to know because it's like 30 cents or something like that for the excise tax, and so by paying the tax you get title to the goods, just like when I buy the $100 worth of underwear, I'm settling the excise tax liability for Walmart, and that's what gives me title to my underwear by the receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. There's like 30 cents. There's an excise tax due for the transfer, and so it's like 30 cents or something like that. And you want to get the either you could put a dollar stamp on it or something, and have the clerk say put this taxes paid stamp on it. If she won't, if you could do it without the dollar stamp, she wants to say the taxes are paid. That's good, without having to do anything else. Otherwise, you could put a dollar stamp on it and have her stamp on that stamp, cancel that stamp with the taxes paid. Or you could have been a GST. You go to a little more expensive, $1.45, $1.65 for the circular stamp, the international stamp, the GST stamp. The international stamps are circular because there's no normal postage stamps have a tax liability hanging off of it that hasn't been paid. So using the GST stamps, it's international, and the taxes are paid for those international stamps. The taxes are paid. So we use a circular one, the GST one, because there's no outstanding tax liability. Because whoever we owe the tax to has a claim because the taxes weren't paid. So whoever the taxes were supposed to get the taxes weren't settled. Now they have a finger in the pie to go put their finger in it because the taxes aren't paid. There can be no settlement of an estate until the trustees and beneficiaries agree on the taxes. So I want to make sure all the taxes are paid. And that postage stamp trick where GST, there's no outstanding tax liability on the international stamps, but there are the domestic ones. It's because the United States wants to keep their finger in the pie.
So in places where I'm currently using a United States stamp, is there any reason why in all those cases, I couldn't use the GST stamp, and I know that's a very broad brush.
No, you can always overpay. I don't care if you overpay.
Okay. So now I've got to let's talk theoretically. I've got a $10 receipt from Berg's for 10 Susan B. Anthony dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a GST stamp for $1.65 at the revenue office wax their stamp and says tax.
No, post office. It's a post office stamp. It's just a regular post office stamp.
Okay, but I could use, so I don't want to use that GST stamp in this case.
No, use the GST stamp, but it's not from the revenue office.
GST from post. Right, copy.
The
Yes.
post office. You get stamps from the post office, and you want the court has its own taxes paid. Like received or whatever. Like comes in the office, taxes paid.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would sign over. I would sign over with a signature over the, some portion of it right on top of it. Some, you want to obliterate it. I would countersign whatever the tax revenue office puts stamps on there. I would oversign it as a counter deed. Whoever signs it last owns it, right?
Right.
Yeah, there you go. So you would squiggle over whatever they do last. You just want it to touch a little bit, just some corner or something like that. Right? And using a color that's sufficient to show a distinction, blue or red or something, whatever you're gonna do. I actually have fountain pens, real ink fountain pens. I get it from. I have to put it in the room. Yeah, I'll put where I get my because I mean the real fountain pens, with the whole quill and everything. Not like a feather, or not like Benjamin Franklin with a feather and all that shit. But it's a real fountain pen, and because the ink is more penetrating. Mm-hmm.
So what next?
Then record it. Then get the perfected conveyed deed recorded.
Would you do an acceptance of the numbers on the authentications before you did that recording?
Sure, you can accept that first. That's fine. Acknowledge an acceptance of the grant of full faith and credit from the Secretary of State. All caps name as the grantee. Grantor, Secretary of State, grantee. All caps name. The res would be the full faith and credit number. With some verbiage at the bottom. Hereby acknowledge and accept the grant of the full faith and credit number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Equity does not aid an imperfect gift. Some maxims or something up there, make it look kind of special. You don't have to. You don't have to do all that. Once you acknowledge and accept it.
So that still leaves us. I've accepted a APN, a parcel number.
Well,
that's really all I've gotten.
They grant you They grant you the flea market square that they put chalk down on the ground. They put chalk on the ground, and it's A200. So you accepted that little outline on a piece of tarmac, which is owned by somebody else. But you get to stand inside that little chalk outline. Look, this is my property. I can stand within the chalk line. Yeah, but you don't own the tarmac underneath it. Hope it doesn't rain. They can wash away your line and kick you out.
Have you thought of a reasonable way to overcome the APN?
Oh, sure. You get the meets and bounds, and you redo the deed, and with the meets and bounds, removing the APN and the mailing address to get rid of those and move them to a post office box. That's a whole other thing. Because those are easements. The mailing address belongs to the municipality, and the parcel ID, whatever, APN, is something the assessor created. So the mailing address is essentially the city. So you have the city's name on your deed, and you have the tax assessor's name on the deed. And so there's 3 parties who have access to that property. It's like having SmokingBaby, TM Harks, and your name on a lease. You go lease an apartment, and you add 2 other names to it. Well, if my name's on it, I can come and go as I please. I can do stuff with that property because my name's on the deed, on the lease. So you have 2 other names. You have the city and the county. It's their property too. Why? Because their name's on the lease, on the deed. They're easements. You can throw off the easements. They offered no consideration, so you can evict them. You just evict them by moving those words on a piece of paper to a new piece of paper onto a post office box application, and you move their names over to the post office box application, and you let them know, here, I quit claim the mailing address back to the city, and the parcel ID and the mailing address are both over here at the post office. You want to get paid, go to the post office, get paid, and then you remove the mailing address and the parcel ID off your deed because they don't belong to you. I have a letter from the post office saying the mailing address belongs to the municipality. Well, fuck, I didn't buy the mailing address and I didn't buy the parcel ID. If it's not my property, I'm not going to put someone else's property on my deed because they have their finger in it, because they're on the lease. So I can eject them at any time because they offered no consideration in the first place. So they're interlopers, so I can just throw them off and move it to a post office box, and they go to the post office to get paid from the UPU. If you have a claim, go take it to the postmaster. Have the postmaster pay you guys. Because now their claim is on their name's on the postal application. Fine, go make a claim against the post office. You're not on my deed anymore.
You've mentioned that you use a rural route address.
Yeah, you go to the post office and type in look up the zip code by your mailing address, and there's a little down chevron. You click it, and there's a carrier route number. And the carrier route number is your rural route number outside the United States.
Now that rural route number would probably have
R029. R029. That's the rural
Sure.
route number from my address.
And then is it just R029, your name, and R029, or is there a city, state, and a zip code still?
No, it's part of the address. R029 100 Main Street, whatever you're going to use. Use the R number. And no abbreviations. Abbreviations are a benefit you take from the United States. Zip codes are a benefit from the United States. But taking their benefit, that's why you have to pay full price for the first class mail, because you're using their designators to use their stuff. You got to pay for it. So instead of a 2-cent mail, it's now $1, whatever. How much? I don't know what first class mail is anymore. 78 cents, 80 cents, something. So if you use their designators, you got to pay for it. Just like if I put feet and pounds on my credential, I'm taking a benefit from Congress, and now they can put their finger in it. I'm taking a benefit, waiving sovereign immunity. It's very tricky, huh? Very sublime.
Layer after layer.
It's fun. It's fun to figure it out. I see what you guys are doing. The question is, do I own it? Do I own the zip code? No, I don't own this. Do I own the mailing address? No, I don't own the mailing address. Do I own that parcel ID? Because I wrote the local director in LA. I says, I really like this address and that I use here on this lease. Can I take that address with me? Does it belong to me? I would like to take it with me. Can I? They go, no, it belongs to the municipality. Oh, okay, thank you. I really like that address. I do something stupid like that to see if I own it or not. No, it belongs to the municipality. Nothing to see here. Move along, Mr. Long. Officer Barb Brady. Move along. Nothing to see here. South Park. Officer Barb Brady. Do I own it? And also when I got that letter from the postal director, I sent that letter into the credit reporting agency. He says, what are you guys doing storing someone else's property on my credit report? These addresses is 3 points off your FICO score for every mailing address on your credit report. So what are you guys doing putting someone else's property on my credit report? See right here, it belongs to the municipality. Get that shit off my credit report. Boom. They're removed. Three points off your FICO for every mailing address. Question, is it mine? Is that my property? No. It'd be like someone having a TV in your garage. They can go. So if you have someone else's property in your garage, they can go in there and get that TV. Someone else's property on your property, get it off. Get that shit off your property. Never store anyone else's shit in your house. No, it's fucking retarded. Never let a guest come to your house and get mail at your house. No, because now you have to evict them. If one of your guests gets mail at the house, you have to now evict them because they live there, because they get mail there. So I have a guest registry at my house. Anyone coming in the house that not on the lease, I'd make them sign a guest registry with all these bylaws admitting they're a guest. When they leave, I make them sign out. And if you have a welcome mat in front of your front door, it's fucking stupid. They can just walk in. The cops can just walk in. You said welcome. You should have a no trespass doormat. No trespass doormat, and then no trespass right above the lock. A little saying no trespass with the statue right above the doorknob, whatever mechanism you have going on. See, it says no trespass right there. It says no trespass right there. With the statute. But that's kind of rude. They talk about implied consent. All this implied consent you hear about. Yeah, it's everywhere. Capiche? Make sense? Can you guys hear me? Am I talking to myself?
No, we hear you.
Makes sense.
So I'm not dancing with myself. Now I have Billy Idol in my head. Hoo, 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 hoo. All the things. I'm sure they're saying. I don't say I have it all down. But it's fun to find the little nuggets when you get them. Do I own this? Is this mine? Can I take it with me? Did I purchase the easement? Did I pay for that? Did they have authority to grant you the easement? No, they don't have the authority to grant you the easement. So did they really sell you anything? Huh. You realize I can quitclaim the Brooklyn Bridge to you. All the rights, title, and interest I have in the Brooklyn Bridge, I can quitclaim it to you. If I don't have any rights, title, and interest, then it's meaningless quitclaim deed because there's nothing to it. But I can quitclaim the Statute of Liberty. I can do all these things. The question is, what rights, title, and interest do I actually have in the first place? Because you can even pay me money for the quitclaim deed. But did I actually get anything? Is that a fraud? Depends on the intent, I guess. The intent of the buyer, the intent of the seller. My big thing is the taxes, where the tax is paid. Because if you don't pay the tax, it's an imperfect. That's why there's a $10 tax on all persons imported to the United States after 1812 or something like that, 1809. So when they brought our birth certificates from the state up through the post office in Alexandria, Virginia, where they registered the franchise, there's a $10 lien tax on all persons imported into the United States through the post office up in Alexandria, which is the slave port. And I've been trying to pay off that $10 import tax that I hadn't paid for that birth certificate. Try to get the RHSP stamp through HUD, which is a $9. Costs $9 to get the land stamp from HUD. $9, not $10. $9 for the HUD stamp. Then I was to put my own stamp on it. I can't get the office to contact me about the RHSP stamp from HUD. Ah, I put together a whole package and send it up to the postal court and to Mr. I can't remember her name, the Postmaster General, and it went around and it came back to me months later with 5 different envelopes layers of envelopes, one after another, and they just returned it all to me. And I even had $10 in coins to pay off that $10 import tax of importing the person. The birth certificate's a person, importing the person into the United States, and they rejected it and sent it back to me. I can't make them do it. No, I'm going to pay it off. No, we have a lien. No, we're not going to let you do it.
If you did pay that $10 and you were successful in getting someone to accept it, what do you think that would give you?
It probably put me floating out there in the sea of commerce with no protection from the military.
Is this something that's encoded in the Constitution?
Article 1, Section 9.
Anyone wishing to import or migrate into the United States shall pay a $10.
No, importation of persons. It says, I believe. Someone look it up. Article 1, Section 9. $10. Kitty number 7.5 is here. Need to get some food in the room. Their food, I hope. Yep.
The migration or importation of such persons as any of the other states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation. I just say that because it's no longer a migration, it's an importation, not exceeding $10 for each person.
There it is. There's the maritime lien.
So if you had paid that maritime lien
super
off,
priority lien.
So if you had paid that maritime lien off, how would that benefit you?
Mm-hmm.
How?
I paid off. Well, then I would hold perfect title then, right? No lien against it. There's no lien against the house. The release of lien.
So anything that was associated to
There would be no encumbrance. There would. That certificate would be mine to grab. There would be no guardian. There would be no guardianship, conservatorship. They would remove those pieces.
So,
but it
exactly
may also remove the protection.
What is the pronoun of what we're migrating or importing? Such persons. What's the person's
birth certificate? The birth certificate.
Is it a name on the birth certificate?
Yeah, it's a business name. All caps name on the birth certificate. The child name is a term of purchase. Child and children are terms of purchase. Child and children, they're purchase terms.
So that would be that would be a fictitious entity name.
Yeah, it's a franchise name. That's how the federal government extends its franchise over all the country, because the birth certificates are out there running around doing business, and we're attached to it in some way, either the general partner or attorney in fact. And so it's a franchise, because when you change because you were registered down there at the hospital address when you popped out, that birth certificate information is tied to that hospital address, because you never did the change of address. So you abandoned your registration. You haven't claimed it back. You haven't claimed the registration back. It'd be like not giving mail forwarding. If you don't do mail forwarding everywhere, you could be getting dividend checks from all these old corporations or credit cards or banks or school, or you could get all kinds of, there could be dividends and interest checks coming in from your Social Security extension of credit that you loan to the school, you loan to this, all that social, you could be getting dividends and interest, but you never forwarded your address. So whoever's the Department of Transportation is still getting dividends and interest on your student IDs. Because you didn't do the change of address. You abandoned that person. You realize each account's a separate person. Your driver's license is a separate person. All those persons are abandoned. Well, they're happy to scoop it up and administer those accounts, collecting all the dividends, investing, and doing all that stuff. They're happy to do that. Like my 15-year-old driver's license that I got in Maryland, they're still making money off that credit line from the Social Security number tied to that driver's license application in Maryland when I was 15. They're still genning money out of, pulling money, funding.
So would you put the state file number, or would you just put the name, the
name,
the name?
All caps. All caps.
So
The name is a business name. Sometimes for some court cases they use some court cases they use the court case number as the business name.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the name plus the court case name. They do all kinds of weird. They do all this mangling combination of shit.
So you wouldn't do it
On
for
these
the
accounts.
admittance of the proper name?
I don't. No, it's the all caps name.
Ah.
On the change of address.
Yeah, no, I'm just I'm looking at the of such persons. The person is actually the fictitious entity name, John H. Doe in all caps.
It wouldn't be abbreviated because it's not allowed under Real ID Act. I guess unless the court did it, if the court did a mangulation name, you could probably have to use whatever the court had on their record. If you want to do a
So
change
if
of
the birth
address.
certificate says, if the birth certificate says John H. Doe, we'd use John H. Doe.
Yes.
And we'd use it in the
do
same mode, and we'd use it in the mode and style of all caps.
Yes. Everything in the public's fiction dead. All caps.
And would we be showing up as the
I don't know.
who would be the person paying that? Would
Paying
the fictitious person be the one paying the $10, or who would be the person showing up to pay that $10 for that fictitious entity?
I don't know. It could be the Treasury. It could be the post office itself capturing these persons, these international persons.
Well, no, but if you were going to pay the $10, you're not the fictitious entity. Would you show up as the attorney in fact? Would you show up as issuer natural person? How would you describe you paying that $10 for the fictitious entity?
Yeah. Who would I be? I would be the Sestoui.
The Sestoui KV Trust?
No, just the Sestoui.
I don't know what the Sestoui is.
Oh, well,
He that lives?
Yep. Because realize the SETI K Trust, the SETI K Estate, the SETI K Use doesn't exist without the Sestoui, right? That's first. That came first before the Use, Estate, and Trust. The Sestoui came first. That's why it's first. But anyway, when you do your change of address for your birth record, it comes back with president over the all caps name. That's the franchise. They created a franchise with the birth certificates. That's what they did. A federal franchise.
When you sign that change of address, are you showing? Are you signing as executor? What hat are you wearing when you do that 1093 or whatever the form is?
3575 postal form.
3570. Yeah, 3575.
Yeah, I put executor. You could also be the power of attorney, because the birth certificate's a power of attorney. You could do that one too, power of attorney, executor. They're not going to question it. But you do need a capacity. It says you do need the capacity because it says so. On the old one, on the old postal change form. The new ones are weirder. The new ones are different. I got one inside. I haven't looked closely at it. Just grabbed a stack of them because I need to start changing my addresses. That's a pain in the ass. Luckily, I have all my old credit reports, so I can go back and zap them. You get free credit reports every year. Annualcreditreport.com. You get free credit reports every year. It's good to do that. I'm due to do one. I'm probably overdue. I do mine usually. It's May now. Yeah, I'm way past. I usually get my new credit report on tax day. Just to mark it every year. I'm late because I had my freaking trash cans. They took my fucking trash cans. Sons of bitches. I want my fucking trash cans back. Apparently, that's not having a trash can. Fuck. No trash service. I have to go run around and take my kitchen 13-gallon bag over to Safeway where I bought the bags and the food. So I take it back to Safeway, put in their trash cans outside Safeway because those are bigger than my kitchen bag. Because there's no place to dump it. All these dumpsters are all locked up and everything, and I have to drive an hour each way to go to the landfill, and it's $30 to get into the landfill. That's stupid. Since June of last year, these motherfuckers took my trash cans to extort money out of me to pay off an outstanding obligation on the monthly dues that the dead woman hasn't been paying. They want me to pay it as an accommodating party. Otherwise, they won't give me my trash cans. Well, motherfucker, you can't hold me. You can't damage me because someone else did something wrong.
Yeah, right.
Did.
That's some gangster ass shit. Taking away the trash can, bro. Come on.
It's called inter alios acta. Inter alios acta. For the deed of another. You're harming me for the deed of another. It's a Roman maxim. It's not permitted. You can't beat me up because you're mad at your wife. Inter alios acta. My wife hit me, so I'm gonna punch you in the face, motherfucker. That's a trespass. You're gonna go to war with me to do that shit. Yeah, so they created franchises. That's why voting is a franchise right. If you get arrested for certain crimes, you no longer have the right to bear and right to a gun. That's a franchise right. That's permitted for the franchisees. And if I go to Dairy Queen and they changed the menu at Dairy Queen at the corporate headquarters and they gave them all new cute little uniforms, and all of a sudden all the little franchisees are going to change their menu, change their little uniforms, and every year the little franchisees are going to give a kickback tax. There's a franchise fee to pay to the parent franchise every year. Sounds like taxation, right? So they created a federal franchise tied to the Social Security number, and now there's a tax. There's a franchise fee. That's where the taxes come from, franchise fee. So either I go collect it from the corporations by doing the W-4, or I end up having to pay it because I gave away the credit to these corporations that run off and do all kinds of Epstein Island shit with it, Mr. Jamie Dimon of fucking Chase Bank. So we claim it back and they get hit for the taxes like it should be with the W-4 process. Does that make sense? Am I making sense, or am I just mumbo jumboing? Maybe you guys can't hear me.
Makes sense, brother.
I understand some of it, and the general idea. I understand some of it. Thank you for sharing.
But the whole franchise thing is very fascinating because I found a 1940 birth certificate, and it was a right to certain rights for working papers, rights for entering school. The third one is rights to franchise, rights to inheritance, rights to a passport. Like 7 things this birth certificate does. But the third one is rights to franchise. So when I got my president change of address from the hospital back, I gone, president of what? I couldn't figure it out, until I finally read the back of the 1940 birth certificate. It says rights to franchise. Oh, motherfucker, you created a franchise. That's why I have the right to vote is a franchise right. And that's where, so, so I'm the president of the
That's why,
franchise,
like,
of the all caps.
go ahead. That's why, like, the majority outweighs the like the individual, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's running under a franchise.
And you talk about voting?
Directors, yeah, like all that shit.
What you realize this: if nobody went to the polls and nobody cast a ballot, the United States will still have a mandate to rule. Because it's not the voting that gives the mandate, it's the registration. Registering to vote grants the estate equitable title to the registrar. So as long as there's more than 51% of the people registered to vote and nobody cast a ballot, the United States still has a mandate to administer. Because there's more than 51%, that's the democracy. Registration is the democracy. I can register to vote, and once they have the equity, I only have legal title, which is clouded title. So I can say, okay, I register, but here's what I would like you to do. Well, now that you've given us power of attorney, I don't give a fuck what you think. We're going to go ahead and do whatever we want to do because you didn't qualify the appointment of the power of attorney appointment when you registered. You didn't do a qualification on the registration. You just gave away the equitable title, and now you have legal use and enjoyment. That we don't care what you have to say once you give us power of attorney. You didn't limit our power of attorney. So as long as there's more than 51% of the people registered to vote, the United States can go and do whatever the fuck it wants to. Just like for this whole COVID jab thing, the danger of this COVID jab thing, it's the mandate doesn't apply until someone consents to the test. Once they get that COVID test and they say you're positive, now they can inoculate you by force. Because the consent was the test. The test is the consent. Once the test has come back positive, now the executive enforcement comes in because you already consented to it with the test. CPS, once you consent to CPS, now the executive authority under Title IV comes in, and now they can actually do something because you consent. The consent is a slippery, slidey.
Yeah, that's what that HOA shit is, just crazy whack, because like you never gave consent. Technically, the lady, prior to you did. Like that's just fucked up.
What lady prior to me did what consent?
Didn't you say like it was the woman who had the estate or the property prior to you being there or whatever?
I just have a 2-year lease. Yeah, the dead lady died. There technically is no contract. The contract died with a woman, and the probate's not done yet. Probate has not been completed, so we technically have no contract with the HOA because it died with her, and the heirs have not taken possession of the property yet. It's not in the heirs' names. So there's an estate and there's a probate. The estate's in probate, and these assholes here should have gone to the probate court and made a claim through probate. They shouldn't sue. They should have sued heirs, heirs and assigned, known and unknown, does 1 through 10, ABC Corporation, XYZ Corporation, all these fictitious names on this defendant list, and fictitious names on the as the plaintiff, Moonshadow HOA. Problem is, Moonshadow HOA is not the same Moonshadow HOA on their W-9. It's not the same Moonshadow HOA that's on their Secretary of State filing. It's not the same Moonshadow HOA spelling on their letterhead. They have all these different fucking names. There's name chaos out there. So they had it's an improper venue. The whole thing's improper venue because they should go to probate. And because they say heirs 1 through 100, heirs and assigns, they know it's in probate. And so this is completely, Trinzi Pagliaro comes in, the lawyers wrote the complaint and signed the complaint. The attorney is the complainant. And going, where do you fucking get off being a complainant? You're either the witness or you're the attorney. You can't be both. That's Trinzi Paliaro. That's a violation. And then on top of that, the no plaintiff has made a general appearance with sworn testimony bonding the case, because an attorney cannot practice law for a corporation, nor can the corporation hire an attorney to practice law for it. That means the attorney is going to stand in there as if he's the corporation, argue for the corporation. What would happen is some one of these board members or somebody would have to write up a complaint and then retain an attorney to prosecute the complaint on behalf of the yuts that doesn't know how to argue in court. So let's say the chief executive, the CEO of the HOA would have to write up a complaint, hire an attorney, or the attorney could even participate with writing up the complaint, but there would have to be an appointment from the CEO, a warrant of attorney warranting the attorney to represent the corporation. But the attorney cannot step up and represent the corporation without a warrant of attorney, because he can't write the complaint because he has no firsthand knowledge. How can you write a complaint without firsthand knowledge? And here in Arizona, you don't have to sign the complaint under an affidavit. It's sworn, true, correct, and complete. It doesn't need a verification for a complaint. It's fucking retarded. So we get to impeach it, of course. It's just fucking on and on and on. They took my trash cans, extorting money out of me, or causing me hardship in lieu. Call it harassment, harm, damage, and loss, hardship, abuse, and oppression. I don't think they use hardship. They use something else. I can't remember now. So yeah.
Treble damage. They're coming. You
Oh yeah.
injured me.
Well,
I fell down the stairs and my shoes fell off.
Because you realize as soon as the trash cans disappeared after trash day on the 14th, I called up the trash company. He said, "Hey, someone stole my trash cans." "Oh no, the homeowner association says you're behind in your dues, so you have to contact them." I said, "Oh, they shared debt collection information with you?" And said, "Yeah, you have to contact them." So I called the HOA. The HOA said, "Oh no, you're behind in your dues." I said, "Okay, so how do I get my trash cans back?" He says, "Oh, you have to pay the full amount." Well, what percentage of the $66 a month is the amount that pays for the trash cans? No, you have to pay the full amount. So wait a minute, I'm just the tenant. You're harming me, inter alios in acta, because someone else did something wrong. You're harming me. You have to pay the full amount. So wait a minute. The HOA went to the trash company and told the trash company, "Hey, help us with our debt collection, trash company. Is the trash company a licensed third-party debt collector?" No, they're not a licensed third-party debt collector. So you have the trash company act as a debt collector in collusion with the HOA, trying to collect a debt, even though the HOA's name's wrong, and blah, blah, blah. So you have two parties conspiring to extort money from me using extortionate means. What? Taking my trash cans and demanding money, or else you don't get your trash cans back. We're going to cause you hardship and misery in order to get money out of you, you least sophisticated consumer. Oh.
It's like when a tow truck driver shows up for the police, like they want to tow
You
the
have a
car.
contract. You have a contract. I don't have a contract with them. It's a whole different thing when they're just taking your trash cans to cause hardship to extort money out of you. As far as the car being repoed, well, they might have a claim for the automobile. They don't. I mean, there's all kinds of defects in there anyway. Blah, blah, blah. But it's different when someone just steals your shit. Here, I took your car. I said, "Okay, where's my car? Give it back to me." "No, I want $10,000. Motherfucker, it's my car. You stole my car, and now you're demanding money to get it back. That's extortion." But now with the two parties doing it, now it's racketeering. It's civil racketeering. Two parties do it together.
Yeah, conspiracy.
It's civil racketeering. It's called here. There's a statute against it. Civil racketeering. So realize improper debt collection is $1,000, right? Someone doing something wrong, it's $1,000, and plus damages. You get damages for whatever they did. But so because I contacted both these yahoos and they told me to fuck off, pay everything, or you're fucked. Well, if I had contacted them and they did what they did, it would have been most $1,000 because I was giving them a chance to correct the mistake. When they both willfully said, "Fuck off, pay us everything or else," now it's a willful thing, and I'm charging $3,000 for every week that they had my trash cans, charging them $3,000 for treble damages for improper debt collection. And that's been happening since. Well, why didn't you act sooner? I said, hey, if they want to pay me $3,000, even though I wanted them back because it's a pain. Realize because we have 6 cats, that's a lot of cat litter. That cat poop all the time. It's like humans, only stinkier. Because I guess I could flush it down the toilet, but all this cat poop piling up and everything, I have to go take the trash out every day and go to Safeway and put it in the Safeway outside because it's unsanitary. They accumulated here. So $3,000 per week for the treble damages because they did it knowingly, intentionally, and willfully. I gave them a chance to fix it, and they didn't. That'll fix my truck.
But like, it's funny. I mean, I don't think it's funny, but it's like crazy that they're attorneys. Like they know, like once they receive notice, like what the fuck are you doing, bro? Telling me to go fuck off. Like,
well, the attorneys weren't involved. The attorneys weren't involved last June, but guess what? The HOA should have notified the attorneys that they done that, but they didn't. So the attorneys have no knowledge that they actually did this extortion. And so I'm doing a petition for injunction for harassment, and that's ready to go tomorrow. And so the attorneys didn't do their Rule 11 duties to make sure the HOA is not filing a fictitious claim, that it's a legitimate complaint. And so because the attorneys didn't do their Rule 11 duty, it's now mandatory sanctions against these assholes. Why? Because the attorney also appeared as practicing law for the HOA. On top of that, there's ethics violations left and right. But the Rule 11 is big. There's mandatory sanctions for the Rule 11. There's not if it's not mandatory, there's optional sanctions, and then other times there's mandatory sanctions, and they've committed mandatory sanctions. These guys are fucked. And there's like four different attorneys signing different documents, so all of them, you have a conspiracy there too, don't we? If 4 different attorneys are acting together to do this, pull off this kind of shit, to try to foreclose on a $340,000 house for $1,200 alleged arrearages of monthly dues, which it's not $1,200, and they're still charging me $66 a month for the trash service. And the attorney said that the attorney filed a lien against the house in his own name. He signed a lien against the house in his own name, and he said we're going to continue to assess $66 a month. Oh, so you're going to continue to charge full fee while not providing the consumer services? So you're charging me for consumer services not rendered. I don't even know what that's called in Title 15. I have to ask Derek Gonzalez about that. He's a master of that. Imagine charging somebody for services not rendered. Is that stuffing? And
sounds like false advertising, false claims.
What's theft? They're committing theft. They're stealing money from me by charging me and not delivering the goods. It's theft. I realize there's more. The executrix was having the bank mail the $66 a month in the middle of the month for the following month. So $66 a month for the following month. And the HOA is saying, oh, your payment came in late. Okay, wait a minute. The mail mailed it out in the middle of the month. It's the post office box rule. And then 10 days after the month, it's late, so we're charging you a $15 fee. Well, $15 fee doesn't sound like much, except the fact they're only allowed to charge 10% of the assessment or $15, whichever's less. So they're charging the max $15 when it's only supposed to be $6.60 for the late, if the late was late. But the problem is they say that the check came in late, but they don't include the envelope that the check came in from the bank, which would show the round stamp, untimely posted, timely paid on the mailbox rule. So they don't produce the, and then they're charging late fees on late fees, late fees on late fees on top of that. So this accounting, and the attorneys did send us a summary judgment. Even they said the complaint, the 3 heirs answered the complaint with a blanket denial, with a negative averments, with innocent explanations. That's what the answer was, a blanket denial, not enough knowledge, not enough. Why is there not enough knowledge? Because the attorney can't state a fact. there's nothing
So
factual
there's
in his complaint.
absolutely no knowledge whatsoever.
Yes, I couldn't have the knowledge about because the attorney doesn't. The attorney didn't state any facts. He was just describing. You hear me talk adjective language all the time? Yeah, it's just a bunch of adjective language. But there's no. They say $1,200, but there's no accounting. Just because you say $1,200, that's fictitious. That's hearsay, and everything the attorney says is hearsay. And so, but they want to foreclose on this house for $1,200. And you, and you know why they want to foreclose on this house? Because there's a board member that lives across the street, looking at their house now. And my tuxedo cat, the black and white cat, the tuxedo cat, Copperfield, was out. I was walking with him till he ran off with one of his cat friends out there running around the park at night. And Copperfield, I must have grown up around dogs before he was abandoned, because Copperfield will stand up to dogs. He's not afraid of dogs. And Copperfield, the lady, the board member across the street, have these little yappy dogs. Yap, 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 yap. You walk by the door and they start yapping. You know, those little yappy dogs. I'm not saying they're mean or bad, but they just make a lot
Like
of noise.
Aaron
So
dog, yeah, I know.
you know, tiny. They're tiny dogs. They're not real dogs. And so Copperfield, when the dogs are in the backyard across the street, Copperfield will walk over because we have cinder block fences around the backyards everywhere around here because we have coyotes and all kinds of wildlife out here. And so there's cinder block fence 6 feet high around the backyard. But of course, you don't want to turn your backyard into a swimming pool with that cinder block wall around it. So there's little weep holes at the bottom of the cinder block. There's the little where the water drains out when it rains in the backyard.
Right.
And so Copperfield will go up. The dogs will be barking at Copperfield because they see him through little weep holes. The block with the holes in it at the bottom. Copperfield will walk up sideways, all puffed up, or make a little growl, and he'll go up to the hole and they put his paw through the hole and smack him around and jump back. The dogs will start barking. And you go smack him around again. Then he'll jump on top of you, jump up 6 feet and hang over the wall, looking down at the dogs, fucking with them.
Shit.
I think that's why we're being targeted. Because my cat fucks with their dogs.
Unbelievable.
So you sort of made it sound like you were messing around with something that wasn't important, but the fact of the matter is that they will try to take away the place where you're staying at.
Yes.
By foreclosing. So it's not really something silly, It's something that affects you in a serious way.
Oh, it is. I'm not saying it's silly. I'm just laughing at the fun parts.
Copy.
Copperfield fucks with her dog. He's such a funny cat. He really is.
How does the
what?
Like if you have say city water, like is that somehow tied to the property or something?
What do you mean, the water? The water service?
Yeah, like the water service. Yeah.
Yeah, we have water service. It's not. I would like to have well water. I would love to have well water. Get away from this garbage here that they pump through the pipes.
Yeah.
But why do you ask? Why is the water situation?
Oh, because they did the same thing practically with the water over here with putting a lien, but it was so small, it was nothing. You just went down and gave them like $25 and they took the lien off. It was like,
well, we have to do a special action to have the lien removed. And there's a special action we have to do to get it removed. And once we do it, then there's a penalty, but it'll stay on there until we have to take special action to get it removed. So we're going to call it a trespass on title and go to do an injunction on something else separate from my trash can. The trash can's my personal. It has nothing to do with the executrix or the dead lady estate or anything like that. It's me for the harassment because I called up and they demanded from me. That's how I got to put my finger in their asshole. Oh, you demand money from me, otherwise no trash cans, really? And of course I record these things. That's where that WS853 voice recorder that's on the bingo card comes in. I made a call because realize there's no privacy on. If you're on speakerphone, there's no privacy, right? No presumption of privacy on speakerphone. You guys agree with that? There's no. If I'm on speakerphone, there's presumption of privacy. Yes, no.
Yeah, because you're introducing it to the public by broadcasting it.
No, I mean, if I wanted to be private, I would take it something, had it on speakerphone. It wouldn't be private because it's blasting everywhere, right? I can't presume no one's going to listen if it's on speakerphone. So there's no presumption of privacy on speakerphone because all these states, oh, you need a two-party state and all this other shit. Even though there's no privacy in commerce and everything over the telephone lines, FCC, it's always commerce. So but you realize even if you're not on, in order for the telephone to work, you would have to hold the speaker up to your ear, right? Instead of holding it away from your face and not nuking your head. So even if you take it off speakerphone, you have to put it up to your head. Then you can hear it again, correct?
Correct.
If I turn
Correct.
okay.
Yep.
So that means my phone is always a speakerphone. It's always a speakerphone.
And if you have like
Okay.
say headphones on, that could.
A separate
the
issue.
same-
We're talking about the phone is always a speakerphone. Otherwise, I couldn't hear it, whether it's on speaker
Yeah,
or
okay.
in the headset.
Yeah, fundamentally, yeah. Or else there'd be no
So it's
sound
always
coming out.
yeah, there'll be no sound coming out. So because it's always a speakerphone, I can make a record of the call recorded. I can make a record of the call using my WS853, either have it on speakerphone on my desk, or I can use the Olympus TP8 earbud, put the earbud in my ear, and plug it into the microphone on the WS853, hold the phone near my head, and it captures both sides of the recording of what's spoken through the earbud. So either way, oh, you can't do that. That's an invasion of privacy. Number one, it's commerce, so there's no privacy in commerce. And number two, it's a speakerphone. So I can make a record of it. The problem is you cannot use the record, you cannot use the recording as impeachment of it. You can't bring the recording into court. What you have to do is you have to take the recording, transcribe it into words, and then you have to say, dear so and so, on this date and this time, from this phone number to this phone number, we had a conversation, and below is a true and accurate transcription of what was said during that phone conversation. Let the record show blah 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 blah. I've seen no facts or evidence that the above transcription is not a true and accurate conversation held between this phone number and that phone, whether it be this person and that person on this date and time, and believe none exist. So I sent them the transcript, and now they would have to write back and sign an affidavit saying that is not what was said on the phone conversation. They would have to swear an affidavit rebutting what I have transcribed onto that paper. So if they don't write back, if they just let it stand in 3 days, then it's a default. Then they've agreed by silence that this is what we talked about. But if they want to write back and swear out an affidavit that what was said is not true on that piece of paper, I can then bring out the recording as an impeachment to impeach their affidavit. You can use the recording to impeach their affidavit, but you have to transcribe it and create the affidavit in the first place. It can only be used for impeachment, not prima facie evidence. You get it?
Yep.
Okay, good. It's a lot of work. Luckily, I have a company in India that I send my recordings to, and depending how fast I want, it changes the price, and they do a transcription for me, and they send it back on their letterhead that they transcribed it. Blah blah blah. It's very cheap in India. Cheaper than my time sitting here doing nothing is more valuable than the people transcribing it in India. my time of sitting here peacefully is worth more than how much I pay them to do the transcription. That's how cheap it is. But it might get more expensive now that they're going to the BRICS. Who knows what'll happen next? What was I talking about? The recording of what they said. I don't remember what got me down that hole. So yeah, this court case is crazy. So we did the answer where we deny everything because there's nothing to admit to because there's no facts to admit to in the attorney's non-first-hand knowledge civil complaint about facts he has no knowledge of, signing his name to it like a fucktard. And then we did the blanket denial, and then the clerk was going to dismiss the case. because nothing had happened on it. And all of a sudden, the attorneys turn around and send us this 2.5 inch, 3 inch tall stack of paper in a manila envelope with a Pitney Bow stamp, without a postal round stamp, without tracking, through the mail. So what happens? You know, if you send a Pitney Bow stamp through the mail service and you just throw it in the box, it's committing mail fraud, because the postal clerk does not round stamp and cancel the franking. They committed mail fraud, posting that envelope without a round stamp, because they're demanding some kind of 30-day deadline, but there's no round stamp showing when it hit the post office. First in time, first in line, timely posted, timely paid, timely posted, timely made, you know? So there's no round stamps. So they committed mail fraud, because they're saying it's a 30-day window and they're going to foreclose. So we have mail fraud against these assholes. And of course, when anytime we mail something, certified mail return receipt, always with a certificate of mailing. If it's worth doing certified mail return receipt, it's worth a certificate of mailing also. Because the green card you get back is one witness. The certificate of mailing by the postal clerk at the time of mailing, that's the second witness. Now you have two witnesses to it. Because if you don't have the certificate of mailing, it's hearsay. Well, you have no standing, because there's only one witness, which is the green card. There's no second witness. And so I've gotten green cards back where the person puts where it says printed name. They print some fucked up name in there, and I file a complaint with a postal inspector for falsifying a government record, because they used a fictitious name where it says print your name, and they don't print it. Either they don't print it, or they do some kind of fucked up abbreviation name. And so I notified I do a 8165 for mail fraud. First I have to write up the mail fraud in Word, or type it up on my own, and then I go to the Postal Inspector General, file a complaint to the Postal Inspector General, paste everything that I'm going to put on my 8165 form, and I paste it into the computer, because it has this tiny, at least last time I did it, was a tiny little window. A tiny little window, you can't even see everything that you're typing. It's just tiny, it's stupid. It might be better now with the new glitzy HTML5, CSS10, smooth, rounded corners, paisley colors, all soft, and it's like the military is all soft now. And so I paste what I was going to put on the 8165. I put it in the Postal Inspector General. I submit it. I get the case number. Then I take the case number back to my paper one, 8165, and I put the case number on the 8165 to show that I've already filed it, and internally. And of course, I have a customer relation ID and a mail ID, because I did the business gateway, so I have a contract with the post office, and I send it in to the Postal Inspector General for the mail fraud. That they're engaged in a simulated legal process using the postal system without properly franked envelopes. So they're actually stealing from the post office. So they committed postal fraud, postal theft, because they didn't round stamp their Pitney Bows. The Pitney Bows thing, they just ran it through. They can change the dates on the Pitney Bow stamp. That they can backdate it. They can change all these dates and their little machine that's in the office. They can set the date to be whatever they want it to be, to create an automatic default by changing the date. See what I mean? So the postal clerk round stamped would show that they tampered with the Pitney Bowes machine, because the dates are out of line. And that's why the postal round stamp is king, because they have to do that at the post office, and that's supposed to keep things in check. So we have mail fraud. It goes on and on and on. Every time they do something, it's another layer of bullshittery. Oh, so with the Rule 11, the mandatory sanctions, because realize an attorney has to do a minimum investigation to make sure it's not a frivolous claim. So and we got 3 inches of paperwork. This is like printouts from a computer screen. It's not even a printout on an Excel spreadsheet. It's just printouts on a computer screen. You take a screenshot, take a screenshot, take a screenshot, and going, okay, you realize if anyone's getting sued by a credit card company, and the credit card company brings in your last statement or your last 10 statements, if you look at the statements, you say, well, Your Honor, I believe this is hearsay. This is just a statement, and it is. The statement itself is just hearsay. What they need to prove it is in a credit card, they need every little slip that you signed. That's always good to sign. You do a signature when you do the credit card. Put your signature on it because that signature makes it evidence. The statement is a restatement of those little things we signed. Because it's a restatement, it's hearsay. The printout statement is hearsay. But the original source that I signed, that's evidence. The statements are hearsay. So they have all this hearsay here, just shit on top of shit on top of shit. And, late fees for envelopes that came from the bank with that they say is late, which added to the $1,200 they claim. And but there's no envelope showing when it hit the mail. There's no accounting. There's no CPA. There's nothing. It's just 3 inches of shit. So that's fraud on the court, submitting fraudulent. That's fraud on the court, entering bogus information as if it were bona fide. That's an ethics violation. I hope you're learning something from this as I'm sitting here venting about the frustration I have with this bullshit fucking case. They're trying to evict us out of the house. Not to mention they can only sue. They can only evict for the $66 not paid up to when it's 1 year or $1,200. So they can't file a lien against the house until it's 1 year of non-payment of the monthly dues or $1,200. And so not paying $66 takes 18 months. It hasn't been 18 months. The executor stopped paying the $66 a month for some reason. I don't know why. And but they're also saying, well, we're suing. The $1,200 includes late fees, assessment fees, fines, and penalties. You can't use those fines, penalties as part of the overall $1,200 to foreclose on a house. It's not permitted by statute. But the attorney is participating in that fraud. The attorney should know better. This is one of the biggest attorneys that does this HOA shit in all of Arizona. And they're stating, we're going to continue to charge you $66 a month, and all the fees, all the fines, fees, and payments and assessments will be added to your foreclosure claim. I said, no, you can only go after the assessments. You can't foreclose because I have weeds in my yard. They charge me $50. You can't. They do that. You can't charge me for the late fees. If the late fees got over $1,200, you can't. The late fees are not included in the arrearages that they can foreclose on. And the attorney's participating in this shit. Oh. You're probably done here. I don't know if you're getting something out of hearing the breakdown of the bullshit or not. But anyway, if you're getting something out of it, I hope it helps. But are you guys tired of hearing me talk yet? As I'm rambling on like a moron.
No, it helps and it's good. It seems like that's not only fraud, but it would open up the court wanting to look into past cases of that attorney pertaining to foreclosure.
That's what I put into mine too. That's what I put in there. But you realize not only is it, but it's mail fraud. They're making false claims through the mail. False statements and false claims through the mail is a Title 15 violation. They're violating Title 15 with huge penalties. Not to mention an attorney using any type of uniform or some kind of capacity. Because if I'm an attorney and I'm coming after you, well, that can be intimidating, and they're not allowed to be any type of capacity collecting a debt. So that's a violation. I can coming in as an attorney, and then of course, debt collection itself under 1692I, I think it is. I can't remember. Debt collection is illegal. They're not allowed to collect a debt. So someone sending you a debt collection letter is a violation of Title 15. Debt collection is illegal, period. Anyone collecting a debt is committing a $1,000 violation by sending you a letter trying to collect a debt or an email to collect a debt. Debt collection is not permitted by Congress under Title 15. And then Congress says, you must put this little mini Miranda. This is an attempt to collect a debt, which is so funny because when they do that, this is an attempt to collect a debt. Now it's a willful violation of the will of Congress, and it's $3,000 when they put that mini Miranda. Congress is funny. Because really, if they went to collect the debt, that could have been a mistake. But because they put that statement in there from another section of the code, now they willfully did it, and now it's $3,000. Debt collection is illegal. Yeah, where are you? How are you?
So what is it
Hey.
that makes it so these guys are able to the courts,
Yep.
let's just say the courts are able to have all of these errors, on the record. It's clear as day. Everything's all messed up, yet it's still okay. What makes it okay?
It's not okay. It's our job to call it out.
Oh, so if we don't call it out, then it's okay.
Yep.
So equity won't aid a volunteer.
Yes.
So we're volunteering to let all the stuff they want to do.
Yes.
Even though we know equity won't aid a volunteering, we're volunteering to agree.
Yes. We consent.
Copy. Thank you.
Hi, buddy.
They assume and presume until you call them out.
That's why it's
we
freaky.
acquiesce and agree. We acquiesce and agree.
And that's why it's freaky when they don't have to sign an affidavit making the complaint. I was going, what? I go, yeah, we have to call them out. What? What, kiddo?
Plaintiff has made no affidavits.
Well, we can say they make no affidavits, but that's not really the issue. We call them out on their bullshit. We do a negative averment. And we did negative averments in our answer, shifting liability back on him to prove the bullshit he said. And he didn't. And now he's going for summary judgment.
Is that not arguing?
What, doing a negative averment?
Yeah, is that not arguing though?
No, we conditionally accept what he said upon proof of claim. And I've seen no facts or evidence it is true. A negative averment shifts liability back to the other party. I've seen no facts or evidence that $1,200 that we blanket denied we are not the arrearages. We're not in arrears. $1,200. I said that. I don't forget what we said. The arrearages are not $1,200, and I've seen no facts or evidence that the arrearages of the monthly assessment is equal to or greater than $1,200 and believe none exists. Now they have to go through and prove how the $1,200 is accounted for. Because I can't, if I were to say it's not, we're not in arrears, we don't owe you $1,200. I would have to prove I don't owe them $1,200. Now I would have to be arguing the claim instead of the plaintiff arguing the claim. If I were to sign an affidavit saying I don't, now I have to prove something. When they're the one, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. So when I say let the record show that the arrearages is not $1,200 or greater, let the record show that. Let's let the record show that it's not, which removes their ability to bring a court case. The $1,200 is what gives them the ability to bring the court case. So we say, let the record show that the arrearages is not equal to or greater than $1,200. Let's agree to that. Let's agree that that's true. Then you turn around and say, a client has not seen any facts or evidence that the arrearages are greater than $1,200 and believe none exists. I've seen no facts or evidence that the arrearages equal to $1,200 and believe none exists. Now, if they don't rebut my affidavit, then my statement, let the record show the arrearages are not equal to or greater than $1,200 becomes the fact. Because they didn't rebut my affidavit, shifting liability back on them using the negative averment process. I've seen no facts or evidence that the arrearages is equal to $1,200. because we don't see any facts or
Todd,
evidence. They
please
haven't
turn off
produced
your
it.
mic when you're not talking.
Pardon me. Please excuse me.
It's becoming a habit. So you guys get
Pardon
the negative
me.
averment for
Please
this.
excuse
So you
me.
get this. So you get this. You see this $1,200. The $1,200 is the linchpin that brings them to file a lien and put on and foreclose. That $1,200. That magic $1,200 is the foreclosure magic window. And so when I say let the record show the arrearages are not $1,200. Let's agree that it's not $1,200, and I've seen no facts or evidence that the arrearages is equal to $1,200, and I believe none exists. I've seen no facts or evidence, and I believe none exists. I see no facts or evidence that the arrearages are $1,200, and I believe none exists. Now it shifts the liability back on them, where they have to sign a counter affidavit rebutting mine. Now the affidavits come into play. Even though there was no affidavit at the beginning, they're just throwing shit against the wall. You see how the negative environment shifts liability? By it. I hope so.
I agree. And that fact is that consumer or common law that you're using?
It's commerce, commercial law, law merchant, UCC,
Okay.
Lex Materia, Lex Rodi, Lex Rodi, Lex Meritoria. I can't remember all these different. It's commercial law. It's common law. I mean, it's a commercial law. It's global commerce. Lex Mercatoria. Okay. It's the battle of forms. It's the battle of forms. So we say, you owe $1,200 in arrears. Okay. Well, let's let the record show that we're not $1,200 in arrears, and a client has not seen enough facts or evidence that a client is in arrears $1,200, and believe none exists. I've seen no facts or evidence that we are $1,200 in arrears, and believe none exists. And I could sign an affidavit to that effect. Now I go to jail if I'm lying. But for me to say I've seen no facts or evidence, I haven't seen any facts or evidence. So, but if I were to sign an affidavit saying we're not in arrears $1,200 and we are, I would go to jail for swearing the positive affidavit, but I don't go to jail if I do the negative adverment affidavit because I've seen no facts or evidence. Because that's something they would have to prove. So we shift liability back on them with their bullshit. They owe us $1,200. I've seen no facts or evidence. I owe that I owe you $1,200, and I believe none exists. Now they have to go and prove it.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I can't argue myself right. So instead, I come up with an alternate narrative. Let's agree I don't owe you $1,200, and I've seen no facts or evidence that I do owe you $1,200. Now the liability kicks back over the net for them to try their next volley. But they're going to have to produce something rebutting my affidavit point for point. They can't just write back, oh yes, you do owe $1,200. I go, no, motherfucker, this is an affidavit time where you go to jail if you lie.
So you basically saying that you agree publicly, but privately that I don't.
Well, that's more of an acceptance avoidance and some. But if they say you owe us $1,200, I would write back, let the record show I do not owe you $1,200. Right? You owe us $1,200. Let the record show I don't, and I've seen no facts or evidence that I do owe you $1,200, and I believe no facts or evidence exist to that effect. It's either I've seen no facts or evidence that owe you $1,200 and believe none exists. And now it shifts the liability back on him, where he has to put up facts and evidence, sworn to. Now he has to swear something out and go to jail if he's lying. Hope that makes sense. It's a very simple concept. I mean, it's that scenario. You owe me $1,200. Let the record show I don't owe you $1,200, and I've seen no facts or evidence that I do owe you $1,200, and I believe none exists. It's the I've seen no facts or evidence is the key part, that I owe you $1,200, and I believe none exists. Now he has to go and produce facts and evidence that he has to swear to show that I owe $1,200 to him.
Very simple and non-controversial.
It shifts liability. It's all about shifting liability. Because I'm trying to we're trying to remember agree with your adversary when you're along the way. So I agree with them. Okay, you say that. Well, you owe me $1,200. Well, let's agree I don't owe you $1,200. Let's agree to that fact. And I've seen no facts or evidence that I do owe you $1,200 and believe none exists. So if he doesn't rebut the affidavit, we've agreed that I don't owe you $1,200. If he doesn't answer, let the record show, let's agree that I don't owe you $1,200 is now the fact because he didn't rebut my negative averment. Because I can swear a fact that I've seen no facts or evidence I owe you $1,200. I can swear an affidavit to that. I've seen no facts or evidence I owe you $1,200 and I believe none exists. I can swear that negative one, but I can't. Oh no, I don't owe you $1,200. How would I can't prove I don't. It's an impossibility for me to prove I don't owe him $1,200. So I get a new agreement. I don't owe you $1,200 and I've seen no facts or evidence I do. If you want to make it really simple. So he's gonna have to cough up something, sign it, and sign yes. Here's the accounting that shows you owe me $1,200, and I do have under penalty of perjury that the above accounting is true, correct, and complete, and not misleading, and the penalty of perjury of the state of Arizona or the United States or wherever. And now if we impeach him, he's gonna go to jail. He's false sworn affidavit, false swearing. Go to jail. Shower with the boys. It'll be just like the military again. What? What? What are you doing? What? You don't want me to stand up because you think I'm leaving you? But I have to take Copperfield some food. So I'm going to do that.
And if
Talk
they
to the
do
cat.
produce the accounting for the 1,200, it'll show where they improperly accounted for it.
Yeah, they would. Yep. But of course, if they just bring in some statements, and that's hearsay. Yeah, well, here's the statement right here. They take it in the business records. Yeah, I'm sure they can add and remove things in there all the time. But what's behind this spreadsheet accounting? What's behind the spreadsheet? Come on. I know. Can you hear him? Can you guys hear my cat?
Yes.
No? Oh, okay. So when you hear me talking to him, I'm just, I'm actually talking to him.
SB, if we wanted to make a receipt, what are the elements that would need to be on a receipt?
Whatever the facts are. Like an invoice. It'd be like an invoice. You would just make it received. Does that make sense? You know how to do an invoice, right?
Yeah, sure. I know how to do an invoice. Yep.
Well, you would just. And what receipt are you making? You write down to make a receipt for like your house or something. You got a receipt. You just say, you write down what it's about, and you would just have the other party sign it received. Yeah, here's a carton of smokes, a 12-pack of beer. Even though I don't drink, but a carton of smokes, 12-pack of beer, and a McDonald's cheeseburger. Well, I can't imagine eating that. So, and then he would just write a receipt. He could write it down and have them sign for it, and that's the receipt where they admit to what they received. That's the receipt. Does that make sense? I don't know what receipt you're looking for. That's the idea of a
Well,
receipt.
let's say I paid a $10 excise tax. I'd made a payment. There was no one ever sent me a bill. I just made a payment. I sent them the money. I did it with registered mail, 3877 green card receipts. I see that it made it to the addressee with one section of the green card, and then I see eventually, I get a green card from Ogden, Utah. The electronic receipt is from Treasury. and the green card is from Ogden, Utah. When I finally, get the green card back, it's been received in Ogden, Utah. So I've
What's
got
this about tax? Is this taxes or something? I don't know what you're talking. Real estate taxes or what's going on?
a tax on a franchise for entry.
Oh, you do. Okay,
Well, so
who says they're the ones to be paid? Because the post office is a separate jurisdiction all by itself outside of the IRS. Completely. UP is a sovereign. IRS is a sovereign. So just because you send it to Ogden doesn't mean it has anything to do with the post office.
No, I sent something to Washington, D.C.
Okay.
I send it 3877 certified, electronic and hard copy. All right. So I send the $10.
What are you sending? I don't know what you're doing. Are you trying to get
I'm
out of that
sending
import tax? Is that what you're playing with in your head?
Yeah.
So you actually didn't do it. You're dealing with
I've done it. I've done it. I've actually done it. Yeah.
What? Come on. Okay, but who says? Who says Ogden is the one?
Well, I didn't send it to Ogden. I don't. I wouldn't immediately. But that's. I sent it to an address in Washington, D.C.
What address?
Stand by. I'll have to look it up. I don't.
Okay. Stay, buddy.
$1,500 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest.
Oh, Treasury. You sent it to Treasury.
And I got an electronic receipt from Treasury.
Okay.
And then the actual green card came from Ogden, Utah. But they didn't send me a receipt.
What kind of receipt did you ask for?
I didn't even ask for a receipt. I didn't even think of asking for a receipt. I was just trying to give them the $10.
Okay, the other part is, I say the envelope was empty. I say the envelope was empty. What? You don't want to? Really? You don't want to? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I always do. If something important like that, I do content notarized mail. I petition somebody to do the mailing for me, tell them everything that's inside the envelope, and then I have them confirm everything's in the envelope, and then do the mailing for me, and so they can swear what was in the envelope. But the envelope could arrive empty.
Well, I on the 3877, I mean, the clerk has to watch me slide something into the envelope.
The clerk is only testifying to the mailing. It's not testifying to the contents.
Okay.
Is that a notary presentment, Smoking Baby?
Yeah, it's a kind of content notarized mail. It's kind of a notary presentment, but a little bit different. I'm just having a third party witness everything that I told them to put in the envelope, and they're gonna attest to it. And they have a copy that goes in the envelope, and then I have the party mailing it have their own copy and have them put stamps on, get round stamps on the back of the pages. 1 cent stamps on the back, and have all those 1 cent stamps canceled by the postal clerk to show that, so the dates line up, preponderance of the evidence. And yeah, and then it's returned back to me, and you do. Hold on, feed my cat. Hand feeding my cat some salmon spooge before he goes out again. Okay. Okay. You want to go back out? Huh? Sorry. What else do you want? So you see what I mean about content notarized mail? It is like a notary present. When you do it, when there's a notary presentment, there has to be a petition for somebody. You have to petition somebody, the notary, to do it. Otherwise, the notary could be practicing law without a license. So I have to give a petition telling the notary exactly what they're receiving, how many pages, what the titles are, and tell it the notary can't have any discretionary process. I have to tell them exactly what to do. And there's also a caveat at the bottom of my petition for services, where there's a section down there. One of them, they're not holding themselves to be an attorney, that they don't have a financial interest in the matter, and there's a couple other things down there. It's been years since I've done a protest. And then, so I petitioned the petition I put in there is protects the person doing my presentment for me, so they can't be charged with practicing law without a license. See what I mean? Giving them exact instructions, and then they go ahead and complete it, and then they keep track of the record for me, and then they when they're done, they send me everything that they did with a certificate of mailing, all the receipts. And that's just one of the, like the notice of fault, notice of default if it's a human, or just 3 days if it's a corporation. Because if it's a corporation making a claim, they should have all the facts and evidence readily at hand.
Will they also receive the return receipt?
Who's they?
The notary.
Yeah, the notary. Yeah, it would go back to the notary. Because it came back to me, I could alter it in some way. So the notary, or doesn't have to be a notary. It could be any individual could do the protest. But the notary would witness what what your agent is doing. You see how if they have any discretionary, they're practicing. They're deciding how they're going to do it, and so they would have to be bonded, and that's all that stuff. But giving them exact instructions, anybody can do it as long as they can follow frickin' instructions.
You find this procedure through the notary to be better than that of registered mailing?
Has nothing to do with registered mailing. It has to do with the contents of the envelope, where it can't be impeached, or it makes it. I don't know how they could impeach it. Impeaching it. The content notarized mail. Okay, let's try this one. Maybe you like this one better. Because I look at these processes, it says, how could they lie and get away with it? They'll just say the envelope is empty. So how do I put an apparatus around the contents of the envelope where they would have to overcome huge amounts of anything to say that the envelope is empty? What artifacts? What can I prove? So having a third party with all the postal stamps and everything else from the post office as the officiator for my agent, and then they send it back to me once they get done with the protest. I did this process back in 2008 to do a quiet title on the truck, the Dakota truck that I have out here that was going to ride the TM Harks on the back of it to make them liable for the blown head gasket and all the tickets that are on it. Let's say there's no tickets on it, and got the certificate of dishonor. I wrote to the sheriff to ask the sheriff if it was reported stolen. Want to go out? there. Okay. Oh, that's who's out there. Okay. Humans. And the sheriff sent the report to the court. I opened a case for quiet title on the truck because I didn't have the registration. Registration was expired. Didn't have a bill of sale. Didn't have the title. So I had to do the protest, setting the facts, and then got the certificate of dishonor, and then opened up a case, and then wrote to the sheriff to have the sheriff state that the truck is not reported stolen, and then turned the packet into the court. The court wanted me to go around. Well, if you can't find the person, go check their last mailing address. Go check their utility bills. Go all the stuff. There's no way I could get them. Maybe an attorney might be able to crawl inside these accounts, but of course I can't. And so all I had was a certificate of dishonor and a statement from the sheriff saying it's not reported stolen. I turned in the packet, and 5 days later, turned it on a Monday, and Friday, I got a letter in the mail granting me a declaratory judgment, ordering the truck to be titled in my name. So that's my declaratory judgment.
This
Success.
certificate of dishonor stemmed from the truck being abandoned?
No, had to stem from the fact that the guy who I loaned him $3,800, he didn't pay me back, and then left me with a truck without a bill of sale, without a title, because it was his dad's truck and he died. And no bill of sale, no title, and the plat, and it's from another. It's outside. It was in Arkansas, not Florida, and the plates were expired. The registration was expired, and I had no proof, no proof of ownership, other than possession. And so I had to create my own record, put the other guy in default, and I had to do it 3 times because he's a man, so he gets 3 strikes and he's out. What do you do? 3 strikes and he's out. And he got a certificate of dishonor. Opened up a case for quiet title and proof that the truck's not reported stolen. Sent directly from the sheriff. The sheriff didn't send it to me because, of course, yeah, we're to send you a report that you're in possession of stolen property there, Mr. Haggerty, Mr. SmokingBaby. So, so it goes directly to the court so that the court could call me in at some point and then do an inquisition on how I'm in possession of property that's been reported stolen. And then they would have to go through the preponderance of the evidence to see if it really is, whatever. The certificate of dishonor lends itself to impeaching their claim that it was stolen because he should have responded to my letters trying to settle the controversy privately. But he didn't. Oh, want some of this? Here, eat. Does it make sense?
Yes.
How can I? Yeah, how to poke a hole in things. I start thinking the other way. I start thinking.